support. So the audio was off on YouTube, so my bad, guys. So previous day, New York weekly open was had strong support. We come into it this time. We sliced right through relative ease. In first shift, we come into it. There was some rumors, some headlines about Jay Powell getting booted. We get that initial dump. We get that initial dump to where? To this exact point where we pump. We get this dumped into this exact point. We bounce. This is not just a random point. It's 50% retrace of that gap and that daily downside target. We come into it, forms that key zone. We bounce. We bounce all the way back into what? That weekly open. We bounce all the way into that weekly open. We bounce all the way into the jaws of that gap, around the 50% retrace of the current gap, and we have this astronomical dump, right? Astronomical dump in context of intraday. So intraday, this is a crash, okay? Higher time frame, this is just little tiny move. Intraday, this is a pretty significant slide to the downside. We continue to sell off. We break down below that level. We break down below PM8, PML. We slice right through that J9 BOG. We fill that gap. We slice right through 620 psychological level. We initially bounce off that daily daily downside target 619.52. We continue to slice. We get below quarterly upside breaker. We get close to weekly downside breaker, almost going 3 down. And buyers said we had enough. Let's start picking it back up. They reclaim quarterly upside breaker, reclaim daily downside target, reclaim 620. All my head and shoulders, folks. Inverse head and shoulder, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Bounce off that 620. We continue to accelerate, reclaim that PML with strength aggressively, and we reject that 50% retrace on the weekly. Start accumulating, start chopping around, downward compression. Have to be patient in this kind of environment. We get a nice little breakout, dump, and then pump all the way back above that weekly open, and we start chopping for 1, 2, 3, 4 in a fifth shift, going into fifth shift, in fifth shift. We continue to chop around. Although we are in this channel, bearish channel, it is looking to break because of this pole here. It is looking to break to the upside. We continue to reclaim. We break. We continue to push. Get back above PMH. Nice break above PMH. Retest off PMH, and we finally close out the day. So it was a wild day filled with so much activity in both ends. We had periods of significant drops, periods of significant pops, periods of accumulation breaks to the downside, periods of accumulation breaks to the upside. So it was an absolute roller coaster of a day. So to wrap up, we opened up at that 623.76. We got as high as that 624.73, as low as that 618.05. We closed at 624.19. We made a daily move of plus 4.3 points, right? So we only made a daily move of plus 4.3 points, but we had a huge range. Our range was 6.68 points. That puts us at the largest range we've seen for the month of July. Primary catalyst, of course, the previous day we just have CPI, came in a little harder than anticipated, and PPI came in below forecast in previous reading. That was the primary thing that was weighing on the markets, and we essentially closed the day bullish. Moving right along to the sectors. So the biggest winners on the sector front, healthcare was at 1.24. Real estate at 1.09, tech flat up 0.31, energy down 0.86. So everything saw a relief bounce from the previous day sell-off. My fault, guys, for making you wait to get into the meeting. So I have to find a way to automate this or disable the permissions so everyone can get in. Okay, biggest winners, GPN. When random names are the biggest winners in the S&P, that's how you know it's relatively a flat day or a choppy day. All right, we're bouncing back off those lows. GPN up 6.51, JNJ up 6.19, APO up 4.8, OMC up 4.62. Honorable mention Tesla 3.50. Tesla has been on breakout watch for the past how many days? If you've been watching the last 5 episodes, or even more specifically 2 episodes, we've put out breakout watch on Tesla, right? And looks like Tesla's making that move. We will review that. Biggest losers. Ticker symbol ANSS down 4.69, VST down 3.78, VLO down 3.77, UHS down 3.76, honorable mention Micron down 3.06. Heat map. Microsoft flat, Nvidia flat, Apple flat, Tesla up 3.5, Google flat, Meta down 1.05, Amazon down 1.4, Oracle and Palantir kind of carried software names in tech, right? And AMD was the biggest winner in semiconductors. AMD was the biggest winner in semiconductors. Micron was the biggest loser. Healthcare, of course, healthcare was the biggest winner yesterday. And Johnson & Johnson led the way, as well as Lilly, as well as AbbVie and Amgen. We did have some bright spots in the financials. BlackRock did report, I believe, yesterday or the previous day. So they did report earnings, so that might be a nice pop off those earnings. But a lot of these financials are on the clock because it is earnings season. It is earnings season, so keep that in mind, and we'll continue to cover the biggest names for earnings season. When we take a look at the flow, right? First thing that stands out to me is we're seeing a lot of call flow coming into those 130 NVIDIA 2-day DTEs. About $218 million hit the tape. $218 million hit the tape. Okay, now with NVIDIA gapping up, we'll cover it and push it into all-time highs. This could easily go from 218 to maybe 250, 260, 270. Right, right behind that, we did get some activity in AMD as well. AMD 110 calls, 2 DTEs. Those should be pushing to the upside. Microsoft 2 DTEs, CRWV 2 DTEs as well. A collection of 2 DTEs of the 105 strike. CRWV a little bit more of that as well, but everything's further dated. So we're seeing a little bit of flow coming into, or a lot of bit of flow coming into NVIDIA that 2-day DTEs and AMD. When we take a look at the sectors, well, not the sectors, the ETFs. When we take a look at the ETFs, we can clearly see not a lot of flow, nothing plus 50 million, but we're seeing a little bit of activity on the ARKK calls, 2 DTEs, SPY calls, 2 DTEs, about $8 million hit the tape, a 600 strike, and SPY calls, 2 DTEs as well. Outside of that, everything is further dated. So now let's go back to our fear and greed. Remember, we laid the groundwork out a little bit of last week, a little bit of this week. We laid the groundwork out a little bit of last week, a little bit of this week. We discussed how whenever we're in extreme greed territory, so this show does not just only cover technicals and scalping. There's other things we cover as well. And I want you to make note of these things because they continuously repeat. When fear and greed is at 75, 78, 79, we continue to accelerate, make those all-time highs. When fear and greed starts dipping into the greed territory, market starts pulling back a little bit. We're extremely at all-time highs, comes back into that 9. We laid the framework out, and now we're in the greed territory. All it takes is for us to really take to the extreme greed territory. We're going to see a nice push to the upside. So yesterday was the test. We'll go over it in detail. Was the test of that daily 9. So that's what yesterday was. So going into today, we did have core retail sales coming in above forecast. We did have retail sales month over month coming above forecast previous reading. We had unemployment claims coming below forecast and below previous readings. So less people are filing unemployment in comparison to the same time last month, and we came well below forecast. So they anticipated more claims. About 5 basis points in claims, but we had significantly less claims. We also had Philly Manufacturing Index, which came in well above forecast and well above previous reading. 10 o'clock, business inventories. We have a couple of FOMC members speaking. We have day 1 G20 meeting, natural gas storage at 10:30. That might be something to take note of. And we have at 12:45 Daly speaking and Cook speaking. Those are FOMC members, and Waller speaking at 6:30. So we have a couple of catalysts sprinkled in there, but the main thing is now the market had an entire day to digest PPI, CPI conjunction, and now it has unemployment claims to play with as well. So it has a lot of data points to really say, hey, you know what? We got this behind us. Let's make our intended move, or let's make one little manipulative move and make the intended move. So again, off the open, exercise some caution, let the market digest. But we did get those figures drop in pre-market. So again, today is Thursday, so we're gonna cover Netflix's earnings, 4:30 p.m. Be there. We're gonna go over the earnings call. We're gonna listen to the earnings call, and I'll provide my technicals on Netflix, and we'll go into the fundamentals and cover the fundamentals. All right. So once the earnings calls concludes, depending on the momentum of the stream, we can do a deep dive into the fundamentals. But I'll definitely cover the technicals, and I'll give my opinion on Netflix as well. So make sure to turn your notifications on for this. You don't want to miss it. Get in the habit of listening to earnings calls before you start buying stocks, or for the stocks that you do own, listen to those earnings calls. Okay. They have your money. Now they're telling you how your money's been acting or what they're doing with what they're doing with your money. So very, very important. So let's jump right into it. So before we jump into a SPY, we can take a look at ES real quick. We're above that daily upside breaker on ES. We continue to show some strength. We did come into that weekly 50% retrace. We test that weekly 50% retrace. We bounced out the 50% retrace, and we reclaimed that weekly open, and now we're pushing to the upside. Question now becomes, do we want to come back and retest that daily upside breaker on ES, or do we want to start pulling back and come to that bottom of that channel? Right? For me to take a trade, a nice trade, a positional trade, let's put it this way. Instead of a reaction trade, a positional trade. That's what I've been wrestling with. Reaction trades, aka scalps, or positional trades, ones you can sit in and let cook. So if I'm looking to take a positional trade, let cook, I want this thing to come into this territory. So I want ES to come with that 50% retrace around that 62.90, 62.91. If I allocate 5 points of risk, that gives me into Asian session lows. Right, I want to allocate those lows into my risk, incorporate into my risk. What often happens when you do this, right, when your risk is not wide enough, you'll learn this lesson very quickly. They grab session lows of a previous traded session, right, or a previous market, and it continues to go. So I want to incorporate Asian session lows into the fold. So the setup I'm paying attention to throughout the day for a positional move is down here, nice bounce off the 50% retrace, Asian session low potential grab. I'll give it 5-point leeway. Everything else between that is going to be potential scalps. We did take out some of these lows here in London, but nothing too significant. We are starting to sell off a little bit, and of course we're in the top end of that zone. And of course we're not all-time highs yet. All-time highs all the way at that 63.43 territory. Okay, so keep that in mind. If we get into this territory, I'll look to execute on ES. So I'll throw an alert a little bit before. Okay, that will give me the alert. As far as what pertains to us, okay, in the pre-market, we're seeing gold took a slide to the downside below that daily downside breaker. VIX not budging, but VIX, keep in mind, VIX has some work to do and needs to fill that gap. I do see this potential breakdown on VIX incoming. If this breakdown on VIX plays out, if VIX breaks down in this manner, continues to slide, starts pursuing that daily downside target, daily downside breaker, starts working into the jaws of the gap that we saw on Monday, we can see it push into all-time highs. Okay, so if this breaks down, we start pursuing these moves to the downside, these levels to the downside. VIX is in pursuit of these levels to the downside. Of course, we're going to get some little reaction off those levels, but nothing significant to change the direction, right? That's the all-time high thesis, okay? All-time high thesis is we need a VIX breakdown. VIX needs to stay below 17, starts pursuing that daily downside breaker, so on and so forth, potentially fill that gap. If we continue to hold, if we continue to climb, that's a different story. That's a different narrative. But overall, nothing too much. As far as Bitcoin is still trading below 120. That's that threshold we want to pay attention to. Gold, again, is below that daily downside breaker. Crude inside, VIX inside. So a lot of names are inside to kick things off. Individual names. The Elite Eight. We had Tesla on breakout watch for the past couple of days. Tesla starting to get a little bit of momentum as it broke above that 320.31, 322.57. So the approach can be, if you never traded Tesla before, Tesla can get very, very erratic very, very quickly, which can be a good thing, which can be a bad thing, right? So if you want to trade Tesla, again, this is for educational purposes, guys. So if you never traded Tesla, don't just all of a sudden start trading Tesla. The way I'd approach it is see if we can, since we're breaking out, see if we can come back, retest that 322.46, 322.46, see if we can get a bounce off that level. That will be shallow. If you want a nice little healthy pullback, right, pull back into confirming that we're breaking above this price action combination of that daily upside breaker. Of course, we're still within that breakout, that critical zone here, and then you can catch that to the back the upside. So pay attention to Tesla at that 322.50. If you want to be a little more conservative, daily upside breaker. So Tesla is definitely on watch, as well as Nvidia. Nvidia, nice pop to the upside. Again, this zone continues to treat the zone as support. 189, 168.90, 169.27. We bounced off of that. We broke out. They kind of cheated, gapped it up with the catalyst of TSM. Nice push to the upside. And now we're in this territory where we tend to get some resistance. So it will be very important to see if we can hold, maybe come back, test that daily upside breaker along with that 50, right? Test that daily upside breaker along with that 50 and start working our way back at that territory. If we fall below the daily upside breaker, we'll probably start working back to that 168.90, 169.27 if the market starts pulling back. So pay attention to that as well. Anything else of note? Yes, Google. Google is in this very interesting zone. Price action on Google the past couple of days have been horrendous. Horrendous action. Why? Because we're moving side to side. So let support be support. Let resistance be resistance. We're sitting at support. 162.10. 162.10. 182.10. 182.67. Let me make this a little bold. Let me make that bolder. Okay. 182.10. 182.67. See if Google can catch a bid above that 183.10 previous day close. It can start picking up some momentum. Be mindful of those EMAs, right? But in this sense, it's basically trading support as support, resistance as resistance, and playing that range. So Google is ranging. See if it continues to range, and use that support as support. Outside of that, Palantir is out of here, continues to go, and that's pretty much it on the Elite 8. Okay, that's pretty much it on the Elite 8. Of course, guys, you have access to the Elite 8. You have access to the Elite 8. You have the real-time level on the Elite 8. I'm even turning on the orb on the Elite 8. So the orb is on the Elite 8. If you want to trade the orb on the Elite 8, it's there. Instead of you shuffling and going through a bunch of charts, right, and having to pay premium service, you have 8 charts that I'm sharing, right? 8 charts that I'm sharing automatically. So all those levels for the orb will be available on these names. We'll drop down to the 15. You can drop down to the 15 or the 5. I like the hourly to get that overall sense, but keep that in mind. All right. So once we open, these levels will get updated. So let's jump right into SPY. SPY. I want to jump to the daily because we mentioned this yesterday. This is why it's so important to pay attention and watch the entirety of each episode. Yesterday we talked about that 9 EMA. Okay, that 9 EMA, and pay attention to how that candle ends up closing. And if it can start getting above that 9 EMA, it starts hammering, that could be a good time to start positioning to back the upside. Not for a scalp, but for something else. Okay, so now we can really see what took place, team. We can see we really tested that 9 EMA. That 9 EMA test is here. So people were waiting for it. We dipped all the way there, right? We start reclaiming it. Once you reclaim it, right, that's when you can decide to engage. And now, intraday. Where's SPY intraday? Let's cover this really quickly. I did lay out this game plan. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start referring to these zones as zone. We're going to label these zones for easy call out. For the sake of making it simple, for the sake of being able to call out these zones are very, very critical. We have zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, zone 4, right? Zone 1 means an area where, or zone 1 is the area where we can see a lot of buyers stepping in. There's not zones we're just highlighting just now. They've been here on the chart the entire time. Zone 2, zone 2, zone 3, they're areas we can see back and forth, and zone 4, of course, is the extreme end at those highs. So currently now we're trading between zone 3, 624.54, 625.20. The game plan that I was laying out in the pre-market was, can we hold above that zone? Can we continue to push into potentially zone 4 and then eventually work our way into all-time high? If we can't, if we get back below that 624.54, VIX starts continue to leg higher, we can see a potential push back into some lower levels. As of now, it looks like we're going to gap up, so we might have to entertain some of those gap levels, so pay attention to that. But going into yesterday, right, we took out these highs, so we're starting to make a series of higher highs, but the bigger high is this high. We made a series of lower lows. We're starting to make a little series of higher highs within the broader context. So see if we can start climbing using these higher highs, series of higher highs, series of higher lows, to potentially take out this larger high, right, and now make another push to the upside. Okay, so that's the rationale for today. That's the game plan. Let's go over the key levels, and then we'll jump right into it. So as of now, PMH. As of now, PMH. PMH is at that 625.61. PML is at that 623.72. As of now, it looks like we're going to gap up at the open. We're above that weekly open. We're above that daily upside breaker. Okay, we're near that 625 territory. Weekly upside breaker up there, right? So weekly upside breakers up here. Of course, made that all-time high at that 627.96. One thing that does kind of stand out to me though is this kind of throws a curveball. This dump throws a curveball on everyone's chart, right? It throws a curveball on everyone's chart because it takes out those lows. You can't really draw that channel unless you want to start from the post-market activity and pre-market activity to draw a little trend line, but it throws a curveball on everyone's charts. But one thing we can monitor is these series of higher highs. Okay, one thing we can monitor is these series of higher highs. All right, we can monitor those series of higher highs, see if it wants to continue to abide by that, and once the channel starts revealing itself, we will continue to mark that out. VIX, let's go over the VIX real quick and we'll get started. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. Okay, the size of the stop loss is mine. Okay, G, look at fart coin. It's up. Da, 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 da. Okay. Hi, big screen, white. You are not showing ticker name in pre-market, I think. Yeah, so the ticker is SPY. Ticker is SPY. We can see we're inside on the hourly, inside on the daily on VIX. Primary thing we're paying attention to is the 17. All right, simple. If you've been watching for long enough, you know the procedures and protocols we have in place on how we watch the VIX. So we want to take a look at that and continue to monitor that. All right, so we'll continue to, if you're trading ES, we just grabbed London's highs. Okay, we grabbed London's highs. This is the idea I'm paying attention to. So now I'm distinguishing between reaction scalps, right, and positional hold target type of setups. There's way too many times on ES where we've seen profit, right? Just in pursuit of that target. You see green, and in pursuit of that target, you go to red. One of my golden rules for options is I don't like red to green, I don't like drawdown. So those things need to be applied into futures as well. So make sure you're doing the same thing. And the futures channel has been added to the Discord as well, and I'll continue to add more resources there. Right, so I'm not recommending any brokers yet until I pass myself and it's documented. So I'm still wrestling with that 50K account, and I'll continue to wrestle with it until we get there. Okay. All right. So make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. If you're a first-time viewer, welcome aboard. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. 60% of you who watch are not subscribed, so we can easily have 2x, or a 0.5x. Of whatever the subscriber count we have today, if you just subscribe. If you have any questions, drop in the chat. If you want the delay-free stream, link in the description. Good morning, good morning, good morning, team. Good morning, strikers. Let me check the chat real quick. Okay, Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. So again, guys, what happened yesterday stays in yesterday. What happened today stays in today, and we are officially open. Thank you for the gap update, Elaine. Okay, we're officially open. Okay, no gap actually. No gap. Actually, the one adjustment I'm making, guys, is when we continue to be in this grind territory, I'm jumping over to the 5. Okay, I'm looking at the stats. I'm looking at the my whole time on trades. I'm looking at how many times I got shaken out with the options. Right, of course, I love the 1. I'm going to continue to monitor the 1. But just to give myself a little bit more room to really get that clear picture, I pay attention to the 5. But my focus is going to be on the 5 and the 1. All right, so small adjustment. Right? We always need to make these adjustments when conditions change. So we're going to open up here. We're opening up here. So mark that daily open. We're going to open up right below that daily upside breaker. Right below that daily upside breaker. So always make adjustments. Always make adjustments. Don't get in your own way. Do not get in your own way. That's what most of the trading is. Do not get in your own way. Go with what works best. Check your data. Go with what works best. Google Meets link, please. That link is in the live trading floor. Live trading floor. Let me drop it one more time. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. I'm going to do another video. Let me just organize the server a little better. And I'm going to do another video on navigating the Discord. Navigating the Discord, I'll do another video there, okay? So we're directional on the down. We're directional to the upside on the down. Qs and SPY are pulling back on the hourly. Dow has all the strength. Let's take a look at individual names. Microsoft starting to push. Okay, Tesla is retesting that level right there. Once the orb is set, we will trade the orb. ES came back right into these lows right here. Nice bounce. It is also SPY. So I'll be flip-flopping between these two charts. Put in the chat, which chart do you like? Do you like the dark chart for your eyes, or do you like the light chart? Dark or light, black or white? So black chart, white chart. Black chart, white chart. Sometimes I like to change my format just to keep my eyes fresh, not to get fixated on viewing things one way. So no gap up, no gap down. Should be the upside breaker. So below the daily upside breaker. PMH 625.61. PML, all my PML people. PML is right here. PML bounce. What a dump. Qs are dumping. Okay, dark chart. So I'll flip-flop between both. CRWV. That thing doesn't stop. That thing doesn't stop. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. Black. Okay, let me get caught up in the chat. We'll take a look at Fartcoin. Those unusual whale calls in are confusing. Black. White. So we have two streams, folks joining us on the shorts. All right, folks joining us on the shorts. If you want that full screen experience, jump over to the other stream. So we are streaming in both areas simultaneously. So we're catching a bid off that daily open. Keep in mind, we did have some data this morning. NYDO. Where's my NYDO? Okay. Nice little buy block off that level. That daily open, previous day close, give us a what? Beautiful little level. Beautiful little level. We're above that daily upside breaker now. We're looking to get back above VWAP 2. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Jack. Hope all is well. Hourly candle on SPY and the Qs looking really ugly. The one that's really holding us up is the Dow. The Dow is holding us up. The Dow is holding us up right now. Let's do this real quick. Grab this, bring it here. down. Mag 7 down, XLK down. Only things that are green, XLY, XLF, barely green, healthcare down. And this should be XLP. I have two XLVs, this should be XLP. So we've seen this drill multiple times off the open. For the first handful of minutes, we do this. We do this maneuver. And then once we finish, we make that move. The order will be set in about 8 minutes. Give it 8 minutes. We do have this potential breakdown brewing. Right, no entry model yet. See if we can get back above that this white line, that's that hourly upside breaker. Look at the Dow. The Dow's out of here. The Dow is out of here. See if you can hold above these highs. You're going to hold above those highs. Potential retest off that daily upside breaker. Need the VIX to continue that dump. That would be 30 cents. ATR 42. We're back to normal land. So preferably I want this 5 minute candle to close above that 624.73. That retest comes in. I'm looking at the 624 calls. And I want to hold. I don't want this 5 minute candle to turn into a shooter. Right? See if we can at least get a close above that 624.73. Right? So no inefficiencies on the one yet. We're still within the PMH PML. We're trading below 625. $45 seconds left on that 5 minute candle. The Dow is pumping. The Dow is pumping. Let me drop down to the 15 on Qs. So we went 3 down on the Qs. Dow is directional. QQQ, the same thing. Yeah, very similar. Yep, very similar. So QQQ, NQ, Dow, YM. If you're in a Forex land, US 500, same as SPY, same as ES, US 100, same as NQ, same as, okay, now we're starting to hold above that level. US 30 is the Dow, YM. So I'll put together like a little reference sheet in the futures room. And don't take that bounce. Retest bounce, that was beautiful. And you want to take that retest bounce. VIX is dumping. Nice bounce off that 20 on that 15. For Qs to make noise, they need to get above that 50% retrace of this hourly candle. But the Dow is on an absolute tear. The Dow is on an absolute tear. That was actually a beautiful bounce here. See if we can pull back some. 4 minutes away from the orb. 4 minutes away. We'll put the orb here. %, beautiful job. Great job, JB. The Dow, look at the Dow. what's gone into the Dow. So let me take a look at what's moving in the Dow. So a lot of the financials have been reporting earnings this week. So it might be one of the financial names. Let me just go into the Dow watch list. Who's large and in charge? So I think with the Dow is just more of a breath rally, right? So everything is moving to the upside. Cat's up 1%, Disney's up 1%, McDonald's up 1%. Well, what a push here. PMH incoming. PMH incoming. See if we can at least pull back with this guy. That was a nice hold above that 624.73 and out of here. Okay, Qs are starting to catch that bid as well. See if we can at least come into this top of that buy block for a tiny little pullback. Back to the future. JB. See if you can hold above. I mean, I do have two chats in the Discord. I might as well just make it one chat, right? I was just trying to separate it, but I don't want people to get confused. Maybe we'll just stick to one chat. All right, maybe we'll just stick to one chat instead of having two chats going back and forth. Initial interaction with PMH, we're starting to pull back. See if we can at least come into this 9 off of here. Risk will be that daily upside breaker. That's about a little over 30 points. We have that daily upside breaker here. We have a nice runway up here, team. We have a nice runway up here. This rally was led by the Dow. So let's see if the Dow can be the bell cow and carry the market. The Dow is carrying the market. So at least come into this top of that buy block, come test that 9. I'll engage. But that was a nice setup right here. Nice retest of that daily upside breaker. So we'll go to one chat and I'll just have that section for the futures. So good morning guys on YouTube. Make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. Let me know where you're joining from. Good morning, Jack. Make sure to share. If you're a first time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Okay, PMH break can potentially come here. If it breaks above PMH, we have the orb as well. That's the orb. That's the orb. The orb is with the PMH. So I'll wait for that retest up there into that runway. We have that weekly upside breaker all the way up at 626.88, 626.88. Can pull back a little bit, that would be great. Orb is set. And I want to catch that 50% point of that orb. $6.25 is right there. Okay, there we go. So if you want to have that wide risk like we discussed yesterday, once you get that break and hold, this is your risk, 50% of that orb. If you want to have a fixed risk, right, for the ones that want to do positional, if you love the orb, that's your time to go. See if we can at least come into that 9 here. If we can't, this thing's gonna take off. See if we can at least come into this 9. See if we can at least come into that 9 and treat that as a continued push. Come with that 9. %15 on IWM. Beautiful job. Beautiful job, Fido. Beautiful job, Lynn. Took 68 early, 37%. Gonna be a good day for all of us, absolutely. Orb Army, your time to engage is here. There was a nice retest set up here that kind of showed itself, right? It was still within that 15 minutes. If you took that a little bit of risk, if you know what you're doing at that point, that was a nice little opportunity. Here, what I'm trying to engage is this continued push higher. This is at PMH. PMH, right, pre-market highs. As long as the VIX can stay below 17, we can pull back into shallow into this 9, preferably into the 625.12. Nice little dip. I'll take the calls right there. See if I get filled. Okay, I filled. So in the calls here, and pursued that push higher, came slightly into that 9. About 10% risk. Don't want it to close below this 9 here. See if we get that continued push here. 624, 625 calls. I want the VIX to continue to push to the downside. Like how all the indexes are catching a bid. Dow's leading the way. Dow's been the bell cow. Okay, remember the runway we have here is up here. The runway I'm trying to pursue is up here. Right? So if you get that continued push, that 9 will keep me in. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Take profits where you need to. Up 4. Okay, see if you get that hold above it. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Up 9. Up 11. I'm going to take the majority off right there. Fill that 12. Down to runners. Okay. And I will hold these runners. I'll use this 9 as my guiding light for these runners. 5 looks good. VIX looks good. Index is firing to the upside. Fill that 12. See if you get that continued push. So Orb Army, you should be in this. Orb Army, you should be in this. If you do trade the Orb, up 16 on those runners. 14. Again, take profits where you need to, guys. Don't fall in love with the target. If you're trying to catch that target, if you have a full size, right, by all means, right, do what you need to do. But overall, you can use runners. Okay, you can use runners. See if you get that. If the candles can continue to stack. If the candles can continue to stack, that would be great. Up 18, up 19. In runners, I already filled that 12. I already locked in the majority at 12. I like how the I like how the VIX continues to dump. Right, all the indexes are on the same page. Everything's on the same page. So I'll hold these runners as long as this 9 doesn't get violated. I'll hold these runners as long as this 9 does not get violated. We stay above that green line. Right, I'll see if I can pursue this weekly upside breaker, unless I get something on the 5 that can deter the setup. Who took that? Okay, still in the runners. Close below that 9. That's how I'm going to manage it. I already locked in the majority at 12. Did see 18 at peak. Did see 19 at peak. VIX continues to push lower. Manage accordingly, guys. That was a nice 20%, 20% opportunity. Beautiful job, JB. Let me check in the futures trade. Up 11 still. How we doing, team? Anyone have a horse in the race? How are we doing, Orb Army? Everything is directional at the upside. Now SPY's leading the way. Dow's taking a little pause. Okay, let's continue to push. Up 23%, guys. Up 23%. Take profits where you need to. Okay, manage accordingly. So in the runners, see if I can catch it into that 628, 626.88. That 9. I'm gonna respect that 9. $13% with that call. Great job, Jorge. Anyone else? So don't start jumping in, guys. We're in the middle of the void. Avoid the void. VIX dumping. Now SPY's taking charge. Right? So the Dow passed the baton to SPY. The Dow came out strong. Okay? And now passed the baton to SPY. SPY is running now. And see if SPY can pass the baton if it starts to fade to the Qs. It's like a relay race. I'm in the call, 14%. Beautiful job. Take profits where you need to, guys. All right? Scale out where you need to. Do whatever you need to do. At the end of the day, when it's all said and done, you want to have something to show for it. Whether it's 5%, 10%, 20%, wherever it gets, you want to have something to show for it. Okay? So my line in the sand is this 9. That green line. In pursuit of that 526.88. Up 22%. They gave us a gift this morning. We'll take it. Waiting a bit longer, no trades. Good. Okay, we're starting to fade a little bit here. A little bit of weakness. Again, my line in the sand is that green line. For these runners. Okay, now, it looks like the baton is being passed. The baton is being passed to the Qs. Yeah, the baton is being passed to the Qs. Look, now the Dow is taking a breather. SPY's taking a breather. The Qs are trying to pick up the pace. Qs are trying to pick up the pace. I'm going to close those runners there for 4 or 5%. That's how quickly they depreciate. If you're not taking profit, that's how quickly they depreciate. Okay? Might have held a little too long on those runners. But again, they're just runners. The main majority was closed at 12. This can be a retest. A retest, Army. Your time to shine might be incoming. Time to shine might be incoming here. Okay, Dow's starting to fade. SPY's starting to fade. Q's starting to fade. So up here, we're up like 24, 25%. And that drop quickly evaporated the profits. You see how quickly that dropped? So this can be a 90 MA retest. So PMH 15-minute orb retest. PMH 15-minute orb retest underway. Okay, it looks like we're starting to wick there. See if that can hold. Okay, so I'll I'll take a screenshot of this and add it to the tracker. All right, so 5 to 10 minutes in total. Today is the 17th. All right, 12% majority. We peaked at 24, stopped at 4%. Okay, let's take a look at what's going on across the board. VIX is starting to spike here. See if this is some early signs of selling. We do have an inefficiency right under that sell block. High risk short into the jaws of the orb, into the jaws of all these EMAs as the VIX is spiking here. So this short can be an opportunity to get that retest. If I'm looking to go long again, I want price to come all the way back that daily upside breaker. I want price to get all the way back that daily upside breaker, or to come back into this zone between this territory here. Between that 625 daily upside breaker, I'll look to engage. All right, so this can be starting to head to the downside if this inefficiency is respected. If the VIX can continue to have some strength. Okay, there it goes. If it falls below that orb PMH, it could have more legs, potentially go into that VWAP. So 20 EMA test right there. So let this 5-minute candle settle. Let this 5-minute candle settle. Yeah, Dow's starting to give it up. Dow's at that weekly upside, weekly 50% retrace. Let's take a look at Let's take a look at where ES is. ES broke above London's highs. So if ES can come into this territory, which coincides with that daily upside breaker, depending on how much risk you're going to allocate, if you want to do 3, you can do 3. So basically ES above that at that London high, 63.1150 to a 63.08. So about a 3-point range. If we can come into that territory, I'll look to engage there, and also down here. Also down there. So I'll throw an alert because we're at zone 3. So if we can come back and retest it, if we really are above the zone, continue to push. Right, we have room at that weekly upside breaker and eventually at ATH. Okay, nice retest. So short-lived short there, which end up being a feeder short into the retest of that orb. Right. Okay, nice retest. Anyone catch that retest? Retest army. Good morning, thesis. So the rule of thumb is here: if we can stay above the 50% point of the orb. Beautiful job, JB. Let's go. So my objective is, guys, to try to simplify everything and make it more simple, right? So what I found is I would say the past 7 to 15 episodes, right, I've been a little too lasered in, which is a good thing, but just trading. Sometimes you have to be able to trade freely, right? There's a just when you keep things as simple as possible, right? Try not to be fixated on something working and just go with what works, rather than trying to be fixated on making something work. Go with what works. All right. So you can still make adjustments. I'm still looking to make these adjustments, even though I'm still green. So it's not like you need to completely collapse and break down to make adjustments to refine. And the adjustment is when the ATR, we've been discussing this in detail, so you're seeing these adjustments in real time, which is pretty cool. When the ATR, when the IV, when all those metrics are below a certain threshold, right, I'm going to start focusing more on the 5. Right, I'm going to start focusing more on the 5. That allows me to filter out quality over quantity. When the ATR expands outside of that, like the ATR like jumped yesterday to 1 point, I'll just do this. We'll focus on the 1. But if the ATR is tight, we'll kind of lengthen our time horizon to pay attention to the 5, and I'll use the 1 to make those to find those perfect entries. So that is a nice little retest of that 20. Nice retest of that orb high. There's the orb high right here. So you can see, textbook retest. It doesn't get any more beautiful than that. Went hammer right off of it. How we doing, strikers? Holding orb army from the 51st state. Absolutely. I'm going to call 14%. Close one call, 11%. Close a runner, 3% loss. Beautiful. So 11% to kick things off in less than 34 minutes. Okay. Good. We got a new. So now, using that relay analogy, who is part of the first leg? You know, relays have legs, right? So to kick off the relay, if this is a 3-man relay, right, or three-man relay, right off the gate, the down started sprinting. Who was running? Who was hot? It passed the baton to Spy. Spy is starting to lose some steam. And now it passed the baton to the Qs. Now the Qs are trying to take it home. Home, aka ATH. All right? Home, aka ATH, or the next target. That's what home can be referred to as. That's what the finish line is. Okay? So we saw this relay play out. Got in that orb retest. Beautiful entry, Carla. That should be a nice, depending on entry, at least minimum 10%. All right, so again, guys, manage accordingly if you take that retest. Waiting for the moment for puts. Double top there. VIX, it looks like VIX is trying to bottom out here. Okay. Now the question we need to ask ourselves, why is it bottoming out? Why is it bottoming out here? Are there any lows in the vicinity of the bottom here? Coincidentally, if you want to think everything is a coincidence, there are some lows here from yesterday. So that explains why we're trying to bottom out there. Right? If there was no lows, if it was a free zone, right? Just a nice runway, we wouldn't have those frequent bottoms. That doesn't mean it's not going to stop. That means we can get those bottoms, but as long as we stay below that 17, I'm still leaning towards SPY continue to chug forward. Once we get above that 17, things can change. But if we can get below this right here, this bottoming out little zone here, it's kind of causing us a little bit of interruption in the push higher, right? Now we have that free runway into 1669. Okay, 1669. $16.69. I want ES to come a little lower. I like ES shorts up here, all the way up there. Okay, see if we can get that continued push. Or retest coming in once again. Or retest coming in once again. VWAP test coming in once again as well. Or once. So let's put it like this. As long as we stay above PMH and we don't violate 625, there's a good chance we get into that weekly upside breaker before that 625. Okay, there's a presence of buyers all over the place. So unless we get one of those sharp drops, we are headed towards that 626.88 before that's going to be valid, as long as we stay above that 625. It's a broad range, but now we're starting to be range bound here. So where we have some, we're forming this little channel to the nice push to the upside. Now we're forming a channel here, sideways. If we break above it, see if we can treat it as support. Good morning, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. SPY's looking to join the party on the hourly. We have a new hourly candle coming in. This is currently a new hourly candle, actually. So if we Q's are directional on the 15, on the hourly. SPY is about to be directional on the hourly. There goes SPY. SPY is directional on the hourly. Buyers continue to step in now. They continue to step in on the hourly. The Dow's the only thing that hasn't made that move on the hourly. It looks like the Dow ran its race. Okay. Now the Q's already broke above the hourly. Right? Continue to push. SPY joined. See if SPY can break above this territory here. It needs to break out of this zone here. I keep ending up moving it. Okay. We'll do this. All right, put in the chat. Do we break out? Break down? Does resistance turn to support, or does resistance stay as resistance? Resistance turn to support, or resistance stays as resistance? New hourly candle on VIX as well. See if VIX can get below the hourly low. Continue to push. If VIX gets below that, this will turn to support. Continue to push. If you want to use that as support for that break, you can use that orb 61 cents into 67 cents first, so a 1-to-1. So 1-to-1. Q's are wicking hard. Q's are wicking. Dow's inside. Let's take a look at some individual names here. Breakout on Microsoft. Microsoft is out of here. Microsoft is out of here. So the 5-minute orb on Tesla. 15-minute orb, 324.01. See if you can get above that. Microsoft. Looking to test that orb after that huge move to the upside. Broadcom. 622.82.86. Apple is looking to break down below that orb, 210, below 210. See if you can get a hold below it. Nvidia. So nice break above that orb, continue to push higher. Same thing as PLTR. Chop, chop, chop. Killing premium. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. It helps the video with the algorithm. All right. And get it out into as many traders as possible. Orb entry, beautiful entry, Richie. All right, look at the 5. So the 5 kind of gives us a good picture, right? Although we're getting those wicks. If those wicks were at the bottom, those would be tweezer bottoms. So you get that breakout here. All right, it looks like the Dow's ready to break above that 444.85. We'll go directional on the hourly. See if you get that breakout here. You can use the orb as your risk in pursuit of that high. Weekly upside target. Might take this with less size since we're so high up there. We're high in the clouds. Looking at the 626 calls. Take it right there. Partial size, 626 calls. See if we get that break. I'll use that 20 as my tail. I want us to continue that 5-minute push higher. I like those wicks on the 5. So this is resistance, right? So what I'm betting on is this resistance to turn to support. I'll give it into that close below that 20 or 10% leash, right? We're using partials here. So what I'm betting on is continuation of that buying pressure on the 5. Down 8. Close below at 20, I'll get rid of it. Down 7. Close below at 20, I'm going to get rid of it. On the verge of getting stopped, I'll close it right there. Down 8. So I closed it for 8. I wanted to see if I can get some follow through. Couldn't get any follow through. Stopped out at 8. If it presents itself once again, I'll re-engage. If it presents itself once again, I'll re-engage. So stopped out here for 8. Good stop out. Good morning, Matt. Hope all is well. SoFi 22 continues to go, right? SoFi's on a tear. SoFi. Good morning, Tanya. Again, guys, make sure to like the Discord. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to jump in the Discord. So the reason why I cut this very quickly is I know where I am. I'm kind of in the middle of the clouds. I'm buying high to sell higher. I'm not buying low to sell high. I'm buying high to sell higher. VIX starts to spike. Stopped out here for 8. Under 5 minutes, stopped out at 8. Tried to take that breakout calls. Okay, some buyers, some sellers are stepping in here. Sellers are stepping in, looking to retest that orb high. VIX is back above 17. So if buyers don't start stepping in here, there's a good chance we can get below it. We're testing VWAP 1, we're testing that 50, we're testing that 9, we're testing a bunch of things off of this level. Question now becomes, can support, or can support turn to resistance? Right? Do we flush right through it? Or is it going to really turn to support and we bounce off of it? That's the $1 million question. $1 million question. So a good stop out here. If I decided to wait until all the way into these lows, that would easily go from 18 to 15 to 20 to 25 to 30. Right? And judging how the VIX was starting to push back the upside, I don't want any parts of that. So good cut. We're starting to give it up on the Qs, on SPY. We're starting to give it up. So bounce or breakdown. Put it in the chat. Bounce or breakdown. Bounce or breakdown. So lots of levels below us that we can take advantage of as well. If we hold below at PMH, this can just be an elaborate grab. So the last line of defense is VWAP at 50 and this PMH 15-minute orb high. That's the last line of defense. See if Nvidia can continue to pull back. Look at that beautiful breakdown on Apple. Apple complete breakdown off that orb to the downside. Palantir, there's no stopping Palantir. Amazon orb breakdown coming in, but we have that 50% retrace on the weekly. That can cause a little bit of problems. All right, we're below VWAP 1. We're below VWAP 1. Can this pick up some momentum to the downside? That VWAP can't hold. Potentially. See if this turns into resistance. Okay, ES still has some time to come to the downside. A little bit of room. That's that 63 1150 63 1150. Microsoft. $63.11.50. Can this be a little flag right under that orb? Or is that going to be a bounce off the VWAP? So 8 minutes away from completing first shift. So I took 2 trades so far, 12%. Nice push to the upside. Able to capitalize off that. Runners peaked at 24. And took another trade here for minus 8%. Full stop. Difference between these 2 trades, right? Full size, partial size. Anyone in that breakdown? Anyone in that breakdown? Beautiful breakdown. Okay, filled on the futures. Right here. The risk is close below 6306.50. What a breakdown on SPY. What a breakdown. Wow. So that was a nice breakdown because we started to accumulate. So whoever can dictate the pace off that accumulation wins that particular time. Wins at that particular time. So now we're at this daily upside breaker, 50% that orb, 50% retrace on the daily. If we zoom out, if we're in doubt, we're basically at the top of this channel, the one that we identified this morning. So we're about 6 minutes away from first shift. Let the dust settle on first shift. And then we'll get prep for second shift. See if we get that relief bounce. Yes, we get that relief bounce here. If we drop down to the 5, see a little better. Drop down to the 1. See if we can go hammer. We're below both VWAPs now. We're below both VWAPs. We're kind of coming into that daily upside breaker. We're below the orb, we're below the PMH. Nine cross the 50. One hour head and shoulder. Okay, yep, I see it. Well, giant head and shoulder, right? So if you're saying this whole thing is the left shoulder, this whole thing is the head, and this whole thing is the right shoulder, I can see it. We went 3 down. It looks like we want to go 3 down on the hourly. If we can't hold above this 50% retrace on the hourly, we can potentially go 3 down. Futures are up 50, 125. So we can do this. $175. 200. See if that continue to push. So take profits where you need to. So this is the move. Bounce off this. Right, above bounce off retest of Asian session highs. Bounce off Asian session highs. Curling under VWAP, curling under those EMAs. The VIX can start giving it back up, start working towards that 17. Okay, futures are starting to move. See if we can get that continued push. I'm gonna move my wrist to right there. So it is starting to work. Initial risk taken off. So worst case scenario, lose $100 or make 2R. Dow fell off a cliff. Dow fell off a cliff. SPY fell off a cliff. Qs are starting to bounce. Puts at 623, 620, 620, 623. Worked out. Beautiful job, Fido. 4 hour looks better. 30% in puts. Beautiful job, guys. Okay, let's go. See if I can continue to push. Futures. Take one off. Right there. Can I take one off? Okay, we'll see if it hits target. We'll just see if it hits target. So it's hit target or nothing. I'll just trail. At least make 175. Okay, nice little bounce there. So this is the level on the ES, right? On ES, what we came into was that daily upside breaker, along with that those London highs. Sorry, not London's highs, Asian session highs. Okay. We came into Asian session highs. Okay. Okay, hit target. Hit the target. Okay, now, new 15-minute candle here. So completely different story on the Dow, completely different story on the Qs. The Qs and the Dow are doing the opposite, while SPY is basically kind of in the middle. We're below 17. So nice bounce off that zone right here on SPY, right? Nice bounce off the zone right here between that 625 daily upside breaker. Continues to go. Question becomes, can we reclaim the orb, or is this a retrace reject? Is this a retrace reject? Let me see if I can move this here. So we're officially in second shift, guys. Okay, make your annotations. How many trades did you take? So I took 2 trades on the option side. This from yesterday. Okay, 2 trades today. So gave back a little bit of profit on that last breakout. Half size though, that's the only reason why. Even if it was full size, I would have been break even or small green. All right, and here peaked at 24%, stopped out runners at 4%. On ES, this right here, this is the idea. Okay, this is the idea. See if you can go all the way into those highs. This is a 5 point, 2 to 1. If you go 1 to 1, 10 points is right here. 5 points is right here. So already hit 1 to 1. Okay, it already hit 1 to 1. Okay, now the question is, if you did take this, do you want to risk your 1 to make another 1? Do you want to trail? Do you want to close? Those are things that it's a little different than options, right? The thinking is the same, but it's translated differently. The translation is different. Translation is different. And now we are back at these highs. These highs are now resistance as well as first shift highs. The reason why it's resistance is because it's clear. You don't need to do any technical analysis to identify this being resistance. It doesn't take any genius to realize that every time price comes into this territory, it tends to push lower. And the last time it did come into it, that's when the hardest push to the downside came in. Right, so that means the next opportunity is going to lie up there. So nice bounce off this territory here. We discussed this right there, that zone. Continue to push. So first shift, let's just do this real quick. Are we doing anyone take that bounce? How are we doing so far? You don't take that bounce. If you did, if you can get back above, orb high, that would be great. Reclaim PMH, VIX stay below 17, start trail to the downside, even better. That target is that weekly upside breaker. Weekly upside breaker is the target. That's the destination. Nice bounce on the NVIDIA. Okay, we're back above VWAP 1. We're back above VWAP 2. Hourly's out of here. So this is what we look like on the hourly so far. Right, so we went hammer. We took out the highs. We're messing with that 50% retrace now. Starting to reject. Take this one. We have that sell block and efficiency there. That's probably what's giving us a hard time. Along with those levels. And now what do we start seeing? We can kind of start to see the support line. And we do have a lot of levels we need to encounter down below. We have that orb below us. We have that PML. PML has been working out beautifully. Maybe the past couple days, not as high win rate as it's been showing in previous weeks, but nonetheless, PML has been working out beautifully. Now, nice sell block and efficiency. This is a retrace reject, right? We had this zone we broke down before. This is support turn resistance. Support turn resistance. So this was support. We broke through it. Now we get into it. We reject off of it. We have that daily upside breaker that we need to address. Take this out for a second. That's that orb high. That's that orb low. That's the equilibrium, essentially. So we're in the middle of a first shift to second shift, first shift range. We just wrapped up for first shift. So again, how did you do first shift? Are you green? Are you red? How many trades did you take? On my end, took 2 trades. 50% win rate. Gave back a little bit of profit, trying to get that breakout, but still green. %30 on the puts. Okay. Nice bounce. You caught that bounce, JB. Great job. Played reclaim middle line, beautiful. SPY double bottom plus reclaim middle line, beautiful, beautiful. Thing may sink again. If this can break down, we do have some key levels we need to be aware of below us. But sometimes what we've been seeing is once we start to fall, it's like a free fall. We fall off a cliff. Qs are above the hourly highs. It's all done for the day. That's what I like to hear. Head and shoulder on SPY. Yep. Good eye on the one if you include the pre-market data. Exactly. So you guys see the head and shoulder, the one that JB's talking about. So right head, right shoulder, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Right. So where's the neckline? The neckline is basically this support right there. Right, the support right here on the 5 coincides with this right there, the neckline of that head and shoulder. Okay, see if we get that continued push here. We're in the middle. When we're in the middle, it's a riddle. When we're in the middle, it's a riddle. If you you're trying to play that breakdown, maybe have further dated contracts, the VIX can stay above 17. You want to play that head and shoulder. You need to break below 625. You can use PMH as your risk. All right, if you want. If you don't like it, don't touch it. If you need more confirmation, wait for it. 30% on the puts. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Close one call, 10%, holding another runner. Good, good, good. If we go back to ES, right? All I really did is just go back to essentially break even, starting to bounce back the upside, right? Trade is still intact. If this was options, that swing to the downside will basically put you back into drawdown, okay? So the question is, if we can respect zone 3 here on ES, do we have enough legs? Do we have enough legs behind us to get all the way into that weekly upside breaker? Do we have enough legs? That's the question. Or is it time for us to take a little pause in the action, potentially break down? Okay. All right, inside on the 5, inside on this 15, directional on the Qs. Qs continue to push the upside. Qs are at daily highs. Qs are at daily highs. So this low, so we made it high, 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 equal highs after making these highs, but still these highs are still higher, but not the cleanest higher highs. We made this low. We made this high. Now this low will be something we need to pay attention to. As long as we don't violate this low, which would basically constitute that breakdown here of the head and shoulder as well, we're probably going to stay inside or try to climb into those highs. So within this range, the two levels we need to keep an eye on is this low right here and this high up here. It's going to tell us a lot. New 15-minute candle here. Anyone playing that breakdown? Qs have the baton and they're not letting it go. They're saying we'll just run the race. We'll just run the race on our own. Yeah, beautiful flag. I see it too, doctor. I see that too, that resistance there, JB. That lines up beautifully with that PMH. That lines up beautifully with that orb high. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. If you're just joining us, we did take 2 trades. One worked out beautifully in our favor. Other one we got stopped out. Hit the like button. Okay. See, we got some legs behind this move. If we take out these highs, continue to push higher, that means the uptrend is intact. We'll continue to climb the stairs, stair step higher. We'll continue to climb. That's all it means. Okay, Qs continue to push. They're directional. We're above VWAP 1, VWAP 2. We're essentially right in the middle of that range, that nice push to the upside we took, that we saw, close that last call. Same 11%, price is higher, but premium gets eaten slightly. Here we go, let's start rocking and rolling. Keep in mind, we're below that 17 on the VIX. Below the infamous 17. Hi, PNL. PNL scorebar, ticker stop display. The ticker doesn't. Okay, you can't see the ticker. So this is SPY. Nice breakout there. This is SPY, reclaim with that PMH. Got back above that orb. Remember, the orb never violated that 50% retrace. Yeah, that's how it is sometimes. All right. ES is about to hit target. This is a 2 to 1, 1 to 2. Risking 1 to make 2. So this is SPY on the 5. This is SPY. Let me see if I get the watermark for the viewers. Down the watermark. Okay. Apply it all. Okay, there we go. How's that? Better? It's kind of distracting, but kind of blocks it. So this is SPY on the 5, SPY on the 1. Okay, there we go. Qs are officially in that zone 4 territory, can potentially make a run at all-time highs. All-time highs on the Qs on deck. There's potential for it. If the VIX, not the VIX, if the spot, if the Dow can get above 443.50, $443.50. If people can't see the tickers, look at the on the right of the chart. Yeah, on the right of the chart, you can see these little names right there. So VIX, DIA, Dow, QQQ, SPY, SPY, SPY. So the primary ticker I'm using, the primary ticker we're using is SPY. One ticker, 1 hour, one consistent result is the objective. All right. It's a little distracted for me. Let me see if I can make it a little, okay, that's better. So a lot of you ask me, why do I use the Heikin-Ashi candles on the VIX? This is what the VIX looks like on the 1. How do you interpret this? All right, so clean it up. Clean it up. There you go. There you go. Okay. So we took out these highs. Okay, so now, as long as we don't take out these lows or these lows, we just need that lower low. Where is that next low coming in? Where is that next low going to be? Is it going to be near VWAP for that retest of that downward compression break out that we just saw? Qs are on a tear. Qs continue to push. Broadcom is out of here. Nice retest of that orb on Microsoft. Nice breakdown on Apple. Nice breakout on Nvidia. That's what the thing with individual names, right? You get the nice pump, nice pump, nice pump. If you're not taking profit, dump. The action that we saw yesterday on SPY, that's how some individual stocks move sometimes. One thing hits the wire and they just absolutely dump. So we're still in the middle of that range. We're still in the middle of that range. We're waiting for that Dow to be directional on the 15. It's still inside on the hourly. So ES reaching to target. Almost at target. Is back above 1R. Back above 1R. 10% profit. Beautiful job. That was beautiful, JB. You call that. Great job. And the beautiful thing is that those levels, right, it wasn't just a regular breakout. We had those levels right above us, and we also reclaimed that VWAP 1 and VWAP 2. So that gave it another additional layer of confluence. Three for 3, 100% win rate for Matt. Round of applause for Matt. Shutting it down. Happy hunting. Absolutely. In and out, Matt, within that hour. Okay. So my objective is to get you in and out within an hour, guys. Okay, we're in and out within an hour. A reason why the stream is not only an hour is because people participate at different hours. Some people do first shift. Some people do second shift. Some people do third shift. All right, so whichever shift you choose, we'll be here for it. All right, so pick a shift, master that shift. You guys do realize there's an orb every shift. There's an orb every shift. Yeah, yesterday, absolutely. So now the Dow is directional. Dow's directional, starting to wick on the hourly. So buyers are starting to step in. It's actually inside, still inside on the hourly. I meant to say bounced off the, trying to reclaim 50% retrace on the hourly. Here, I'll explain to you. So you can see the Dow, this is the hourly range. The hourly high and low is at the 50% retrace. So see, with this 15-minute candle, if we go 2 down, 2 up, continue to work its way above that 50% retrace and potentially seek those highs up there. The Dow was the first one to go this morning. But if you pay attention to the Dow, it collided with what? It collided with that weekly 50% retrace. Okay, like a brick wall. Had all that steam, 60 miles, 70 miles, 80 miles an hour, brick wall. Right in front of it. VIX is starting to catch that bid. SPY's looks like it's hammering on the hourly. Yep, we can see it. Anyone grab any further dated contracts or at the SPY? after that 9 EMA test yesterday? If you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to disclose. But if you were waiting for that, that 9 on the daily, that was the opportunity. That was the opportunity. Typical July conditions now, below 15 orb, below 50 ATR. So we're going to have to even reduce our threshold. It's usually above 60, above 20. We're going to reduce it because there's levels to the chop. We're going to reduce it to 15 and 50. 15 and 50. 15 and 50. Great job, Slayer, on those puts. What do you mean is it orb every shift? Okay. Great question, Joe. Let's break it down. So orb every shift. What is the orb? Orb is opening range break. Right? Opening range. That's the orb. So it can be the 15-minute, it can be the hourly. So the way we do it is, first, let's identify when does the orb work best. When does the orb work best? If you can put it in the chat, put it in the chat. Right? What conditions do the orb work best? Trending conditions, choppy conditions. Right? When do they work best? Essentially, the orb is a breakout. All right, simply put, the orb is a breakout. Opening range break. So during first shift, when we open up, we're waiting for that first 15-minute candle. First 15 minutes, we're waiting. We're staying put. All right, so you're using a 15-minute orb. Keep in mind, there's a 5-minute orb. There's a 15-minute orb, there's a 30-minute orb, there's an hour orb, but we're using that 15-minute orb. Okay, 15-minute orb because it's intraday scalping. All right, 15-minute orb is there. So what we're essentially taking advantage of, what that 15-minute orb is essentially taking advantage of, if you really break it down, it is taking advantage of the pre-market activity. Pre-market activity. Pre-market activity. Essentially taking advantage of the pre-market activity. That's what it's trying to take advantage of. So in pre-market, we have a list of things that take place. We have a list of things that take place. Also, we can take into account the previous day. What happened the previous day? Was it inside? Was it consolidation day? Was it a trend day? So the two things that influence the orb are the previous day, pre-market activity of having a catalyst. So the orb, what the orb is essentially doing is betting on, what you're betting on is we have enough momentum from the pre-market or the previous day for us to pick a direction and trend for the rest of the day, or for at least in our terminology, at least for one shift. Okay? So in our terminology, at least for one shift, but the way other people interpret it can be different. So we're basically saying, based on the action from the previous day, based on the action from pre-market, we're waiting for the range to be established from 9:30 to 9:45, and when there's a participation group that controls either side of the range, you just put your hat in, you vote for that group. That's the orb. Now, what I mean by the orb can take place in any shift is simply this. Now, keep in mind, the next shift, from depending on if you're looking at your time frames and from the top of the hour, bottom of the hour. So 10:30, that's another shift. So 10:30 to 10:45, there's an opportunity. That next 15-minute candle in second shift, there's an opportunity. So you're applying the same logic. The only difference is the data you're interpreting, the data you are adjusting this orb for is the previous shift. What took place during a previous shift, just like you did here. What took place during the previous shift? What catalyst do we get in the previous shift? The likelihood of the orb during second shift to play out is predicated on what we're doing in first shift. If we have any catalyst, especially if we have PPI, CPI, whatever it is, we tend to be directional once we kind of have that shakeout period. So that's what I mean by you can apply the orb in different shifts. And it's not limited to 15 minutes. You can stretch it out to an hour. You can stretch it to 30. If you want to use a 5-minute orb, whatever you want to use, right? But the 15-minute is good because it allows you to not participate during the most volatile period or the peak of the most volatile period. Really and truly, the first 30 minutes, beginner traders shouldn't even trade. Someone who's brand new, the first 30 minutes is crazy. But if you've been trading for some time, you get adjusted, you get accustomed to navigating the first shift. It slows down. Right? The game slows down. It's almost like when a college player transitions to pro level. Right? They're good, but the main thing they need to do is they need to catch up with the speed. The speed of the game is different. The speed of the game during first shift is different. Speed of the game during second shift is different. And when we add nuance to that, within first shift from 9:30 to 10:30, that first 15 minutes, if you're interacting in that territory between 9:30 and 9:44, that's right, very, very volatile. That's very similar to power hour. So the last 15 minutes is crazy. The first 15 minutes is crazy. And it gets less crazy, less steady to the point where it gets quiet. Okay? So that's what I mean by it, Joe. Hopefully that explanation kind of explains it. Okay, we continue to push. Now we're coming into the first shift highs. So this is essentially kind of like an hourly orb. Right? Nice push. We continue to push here. Qs are out of here, guys. Qs are out of here. Qs are looking to test those all-time highs. Let's go take a look at those all-time highs on the Qs. Matter of fact, Qs are at all-time highs. Qs just made all-time highs, guys. Qs just made all-time highs. All right. Wow. There goes the Qs. Let's take a look at ES. ES hit target. 2-to-1 hit target. So ES, the same thing that translates on SPY. ES is encountering that resistance, that wall, that brick wall. So when we're encountering brick walls, we need to come into it with full force. You have to be like a wrecking ball, right? Look at that. If it's a wrecking ball, it can get past it. VIX is below 17, so that gives it a little bit of room. Now, okay, look guys. So remember that territory we talked about, how we need to violate this level and continue to push lower? Okay, now we have that open runway. Qs are at all-time highs. I'm looking for that retest off of this first shift highs. Let's throw the EMAs back on. Anyone catch that breakout? Textbook. Wow, what a move. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Beautiful job, guys. So when you're coming into a brick wall, you need to be a wrecking ball. Right? You can't throw you can't throw a basketball at a brick wall. If you throw it, the harder you throw it, the quicker it's gonna come back to you. It has to be a wrecking ball. So in this case, I'm on the retest army. But where is most of this stemming from? That downward compression break, reclaim of PMH, and 15-minute orb. I'm in the retest army, retesting the first shift's highs in pursuit of weekly upside breaker. All-time highs are around the corner, guys. All-time highs are at daily upside target. Okay, so in these conditions, all-time highs are always within striking distance. Okay, so it's almost you're always on the edge of your seat. It's almost like you're always skewed to the upside, right? You can't help it. So you get that retest incoming. From this point on, all partial, right? Using half size. Looking at the 626 contracts. See one more push to the downside. I don't think this thing wants to push a little lower. If it does, I'll be there. ES hit target above and beyond. So ES basically on ES to stay. So what I mean by the futures, in this case, if I'm taking that retest on ES off of this level, I'll treat that as a scalp. These other levels where these levels are critical, where we have those key zones, I'll treat those as positional trades. Okay, you're gonna let it cook. But these ones that are emerging as things are playing out, right? I'll lean towards trading those as scalps. All-time high on the Qs. Microsoft is out of here. Look at Broadcom. Broadcom is out of here. All-time highs on Palantir. Broadcom is out of here. How we doing, team? Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. We are knocking on the door of 2K subs. 2K. Look at that push. See if we can come a little back into a level. A little bit back. Retest. I'll be there with the 626s. Seeing a nice little pop. If we close below this, this can also be a trap. You never know. But I'm there for the quick scalp. If it starts working in my favor, I'll leave that runner, just in case this thing wants to make a move to the upside for an extended period of time. Okay, come lower, come lower. See if we get a little below that 9. If you want to take that early entry off that 9, you probably get filled there. See if you can push one more time to the downside. The VIX is spiking, which is accepted. So if you can push one more time to the downside, being patient. Okay, let's see if we get that push lower. Come a little lower. If it wicks out, I'm gonna have to jump it off that 9. Okay, if it keeps wicking out, I'll probably just jump it off that 9, get that early entry. All right, with the VIX, with the strength on the VIX here, I'm thinking it wants to come back a little bit lower. Inside on the 5 as well. Just come a little lower. It's a 10-cent difference. We're essentially pinching pennies at this point. I'm gonna take it there. So a little early entry. Right, wanted to come into this territory, but we're seeing buyers continue to step in off that 9, see if it respects it. If it does, what I want is a nice break of this downward compression. Okay, starting to move right here. See if we get some follow through into those highs, 626.59. Want some follow through. I want the VIX now to start turning back to the downside. So I was inviting that weakness, I was inviting that strength just into VIX coming into SPY coming into that level. See if we can start building off of this candle. Inside on the 5. So at this point, I'll give it a 10% leash. If it starts getting to that territory, I don't mind cutting it, reassessing, and re-engaging. Down 5. I want it to wick out of here. I want the VIX to stay below this recent high here. Okay, down 4, down 3. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to subscribe. I have a new 15. Have an alert on the Qs if we break that 15. I have a new 5-minute candle as well, so that's going to be critical. So if we go 2 down, 212 continuation or 212 reversal. If we take out the lows of this candle, maybe we hit exhaustion. Okay, if we take out the highs of this candle, we're going to continue. So critical juncture here. So this will be my 3rd trade here. So take out the high of this candle. So basically 10% leash or close below that 20, whichever one comes first. So you get that continued push. So that the eventual target is, of course, that 526.88. That 526.88 is that eventual target. Okay, let's see if we get that momentum behind this move here. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. The contracts are moving at a snail's pace. Did see like 2-3%. If they want to grind it up there, that's their choice. 10% on the put, 30% on the puts. Great job. How we doing, guys? Anyone in a position right now that 20 is my risk? So I want to stay above that 20. Hopefully it doesn't violate this level. I do have that early entry, so I can sit through a little bit less. That 5-minute candle violates those lows. That won't be favorable. Okay, see if we can get the push. I don't like this last candle here. down 5. Taking forever. Okay, see if we bounce off that zone. Okay, I want it to stay above that 9, that green line. So I did see -5. Did see appreciation of 3. My line in the sand is at 20. If we show weakness at that 20, then I'll just cut it. If I was waiting for that early entry, I would not have an entry yet. So the early entry that I got was in this territory. Off that 9, see if we can build, start breaking out here. Start getting some positive momentum. To the upside, it looks like the down wants to pick up some speed here. Qs are dragging us lower, that's the issue. I'll cut it right there. I'll cut right there for 7. If it goes hammer, I can re-engage. Okay, because this thing does look like it wants to pop, but the VIX is starting to tick higher. I cut it for 7. Okay, see if I can get back in there. So the original entry. The original entry would have been here. Early entry there, stopped out for 7. So back in after getting stopped out. So in this case, being a little more patient, I wouldn't have to take that 7% loss. If you had a wider stop, you wouldn't have to. You probably are still in it, maybe in the green now. Okay, up 3%, up 5, up 7. See if that continued push. Make sure you're taking profits where you need to, guys. Don't fall in love with the targets. VIX is pumping here. That can be a little bit of a red flag. We need the VIX to show some weakness. Up 3. See if we can go 2 down, 2 up on the 5. If we can take out these highs, that would be good. Up 5, take profits where you need to. We're up 5. If you did take that last bounce, take profits where you need to. It's up 5. We're back inside. I'm going to take some off right there. Okay, down to runners. Just close at 5. Down to runners. Did see 7. I don't like how the VIX is spiking here. All right, so I have those runners in place. Just in case, if the VIX continues to spike, if we break below this 20, then I'll get rid of these runners. And I'll cut it right there. Okay, see if I can get filled. Okay. Okay, filled there. All right, cool. So out. So I did see 7, take a majority off at 5, and close that position. So stopped out 7. All right, did see 5. All right, still can make a nice little pop off of it, but just really testing the patience. I want that quick reaction. So gotta sit through that. Probably have to be in a further data contract. See if it starts going here. So these 5-minute candles are looking healthy. Okay, starting to pick up some speed here. See if that's legit. That goes buy block, like how the VIX is pushing lower. That might be, so entry off that level serves us a little better. Okay, that basically left me behind. All right, that left me behind right there. So it might have not been the best manager on my side. Setup played out. Retest bounce. That took some time. That was between 5 and then under 5. Anyone catch that, by the way? That retest bounce is beautiful. Retest bounce is beautiful. I just got shaken out. Shaken out, didn't even violate the 20. So cubic zirconia hands. How we doing, guys? Anyone still in that? Man, starting to get FOMO here. That was a beautiful, beautiful setup. Wow, this thing is gone, guys. This thing is gone. That 5 told us everything we needed. Went 2 down, 3 up. This thing is gone. All right, so got chewed up here. And then this thing is out of here. Still in, great job, Carla. Beautiful. So if this thing continues to go, if we continue to seek those all-time highs, if the VIX continues to dump, I have to find a way to engage this thing. And this is a retest of first shift highs. Retest of first shift highs. So weekly upside breaker, 526.88. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job, JB. So on the future side, this is what it was. This is a retest of these highs. So if on the future side, like if you're just, you have risk and you have open-ended reward, right? Or if you have like weekly upside breaker, you probably can pass the entire challenge if you just sit through it. That was beautiful. So I was a little impatient here. So I'll make note of that. I think I was kind of focused here. Then here, I want to keep my focus here on the 5. Keep it focused on the 5. Why? We're below that 50. We're below that 60. We're below that 15. We're below that 20 on ATR and IV. This thing continues to climb. So really and truly never fell or closed below the 50% of that orb. Right? Never fell below it. Okay, so we continue to push. Keep in mind, Qs are at all-time highs already. Qs, all-time highs. SPY working its way to all-time highs. Now it's encroaching that zone 4 territory. That zone 4 territory. SPY following that meta pop. You took the meta calls. Beautiful, beautiful job. Yeah, you can trade SPY. You can trade SPY through futures. Use SPY chart. They relatively move the same. Of course, different price, different risk. So if your risk is 30 cents on SPY, your risk can be 3 points on ES. Just put it that way. So if your risk is 50 cents on SPY, that would equal about 55 points on ES. We have that weekly upside breaker. We have that all-time high right there. So look how close we are to that weekly upside breaker. Okay, weekly upside breaker upon us. So that target from this morning. And then all-time highs upcoming. So my next move will be potential retest above those highs. No stopping the Qs. No stopping the Qs. No stopping the SPY. Above that. Above first shift highs. This will translate to this. That was the last setup that was provided. Right, got shaken out, but that was the setup. That's the hourly candle's high. So we have a new hourly candle coming in. So we're in second shift already. Third shift, I should say. For some reason, it's off balance. Yeah, we're in third shift, guys. So second shift. Stopped out. Little red. Stopped out for 7, then and took profits at 5, then stopped out at 3. Off of that transaction. But the biggest thing was that nice push to the upside. So of course that creates FOMO naturally. So just making sure that I don't let that FOMO carry over. This thing continues to climb. Continues to climb on the 5. So XLV is the only sector down. XLV is the only sector down. Bitcoin is down on a daily basis. All right, Bitcoin is down. Everything else is pushing to the upside. Qs are taking a breather after making all-time highs. Dow's starting to pick up some speed. Dow's picking up some speed. Got to get comfortable with my chart on SPY Webull and enter on future account. Exactly. Good, good, good. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. If you have any questions, drop in the chat. So we're officially in third shift. Time flies when you're having fun. Time flies when you're having fun. Okay, so this is where we are. So we made that orb. We came with that PMH. We sold off. We didn't close below that 50% retrace. Now we continue to bounce. Now we're approaching that weekly upside breaker. And we have that all-time high up here. All-time high up there. To give you some context, is what it looks like. So this is what it looks like. So remember, if you recall yesterday, okay, we said if we can close back above that 9, there's a good chance we can gap up the next day. That 9 on the daily. All right, so we were able to battle through zone 3. Now we're approaching zone 4. All right, incorporate those highs. 94. And then once we get above there, we're back in no man's land. Once we get above there, we're back in no man's land. Anything goes. Anything goes. So we're directional. Qs are directional. SPY is directional on the hourly. Qs are taking a little breather on the 15. See if they want to come back at that hourly high. Retest first shift highs. SPY, my approach would be shallow. Shallow. Pull back. Shallow pullback, okay, in pursuit of a push to those highs up there. And healthy pullback will be in this territory. In this green area here. Anyone still in calls? Anyone riding that thing? Holding to target. You have to sit through a little bit of drama. Right? But if your stop loss was 50% that orb, we've been discussing that. 50% that orb, no close below it, target those highs. If that's your measure, so you're still in that. Continue to push the upside. If anything, if you're holding, the only thing this does is just confirm. So we're at that weekly upside breaker, 626.88. See if we get above it. We are officially. Sometimes when we break above it, we just spike. Beautiful job, Carla. How are we doing on Google Meets? Google Meets gang, how we doing? YouTube, how we doing, YouTube? Make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. Anyone take this trade? This was mismanaged on my behalf. Mismanaged on my behalf. Here we go. 526.88. Okay, we broke it. We're above it. We are above it. We've been riding that 20. We've been riding that 20. Right in that 20 and that 9. It's a nice little wave. Nice little wave. Okay, there we go. Great job, Carla. Great job, Carla. Beautiful. So that 50% retrace of the orb, that's for all the further dated contracts, the ones who like to hold. Right? If you're trying to buy up there, you're probably someone's exit liquidity. Look at the Qs. This setup right here was gorgeous. Not the Qs, the ES. So off of this orb, there was a break opportunity, 1. There was the retest, 2. Right, and there was the 50% hold. Not the cleanest entry model, but nonetheless held there, and that reclaim there. Now question becomes, can we hold above? Because we have another runway above us. We have another runway. All-time highs. Can we hold above? Can we hold above? Let me do this. Runway. Can we hold above? Yeah, there we go. Have a nice little runway. And to ATH. Q's already made ATH. Q's already made all-time highs. Q's are pulling back nicely. So I think it was a mixing. Nice pickup on the Q's on that pullback. Right? So make sure you're not buying at the very top. You're going to have to wait for that pull. So the Q's pull back. You can see the Q's pulled back after making those all-time highs, pull back, and now they're trying to get back above the 165. No stopping ES. We're on a freight train to all-time highs. VIX pushing to the downside. Let's go, let's go, let's go. A little bit red here, but I'm recovering it. Good, good, good. Super shallow retest. So shallow pullback. This now becomes healthy. This guy down here now becomes healthy. Man, there's no stopping this. So who says we make all-time highs in the next, before 12 o'clock? So London just closed. It comes down to New York. Good night, London. Comes down to New York. You have 19 minutes left on that hourly candle. $19 minutes left. So the hourly candle still has a little bit of room to go. Our hourly ATR is about 1.7 points. At minimum, if you're on a target, ATH, if you want to have that wide risk, hourly, tight risk, 30 cents. Caught that in the kitchen. Beautiful. Beautiful. If VIX gets below 1681, this thing can continue to push. This thing can continue to push. See if we get that pullback. Shallow pullback, healthy pullback down there. New all-time highs again on the Qs. They just push into all-time highs. See if we can push into this zone right here. Shallow pullback territory. Slip over to here. This is what it looks like. We're just retesting at 625.88. 626.88. 626.88, not 625. Palantir out of here. Pull back a little bit. Out on Runner SPX, we'll wait. Beautiful job, Richie. Beautiful. Awesome charts. It looks like I'm the only one who got left behind on this last trade. So if someone catches it, it gives me a little less FOMO. If no one catches it, FOMO starts peaking. 40% on that move before that stop. Green on the day. Great job, Slayer. Great job, great job, great job. 32%, 1123 on those calls. You enter at 1123. 1123 right here. Retest of this zone right there. Nice entry. Beautiful breakout. 32%. Great job, Taurus. If someone, YouTube chat, put in the chat, what time do you think will hit all-time highs? If you can put the exact time, folks on YouTube, or if you can be, I'll give you a 5-minute buffer, plus minus. If you can guess what time will hit all-time highs, if we do hit all-time highs, right? I'll do a discount for the community for you guys. All right, 24-hour discount. So from now till 1 o'clock to the latter half of the show. Keep in mind we do have the Netflix stream later on. Okay, so from now until 1 o'clock. What time do you think we're gonna hit all-time high? So if you say, for instance, 12, I'll give you a 5-minute room for error. So if we say 12, it can be between 11:55 and 12:05. See if we can get that push into that weekly upside breaker. Okay, let's keep things fun. Middle of July, trading in July is not easy. There's a million other things to do, but you guys decided to show up. 40%, great job, Slayer. Nabbed 40%. Absolutely beautiful. Off that retest, doctor, or earlier? In this territory? But this is when this was the tell. This was the tell, and this was just the accumulation, and then continue push higher. Okay. Now we're in this territory. See if we can start wicking. From this point on, I'm on lotto mode. See if we can start wicking. Take it right there. Buy it into a little bit of weakness. See if I get filled. Okay, filled. Okay, filled. Want that level to hold. So see if we can continue to hold and continue to wick on that 5. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Know where your risk is. My risk is basically close below this little zone there. So need this to hold for another 50 seconds. The more buyers can step in, the better. And I need the VIX to accelerate below 1681. Only issue is VIX is at those lows, can double bottom, or at those highs. So it looks like we're running out of room on both ends. Up 3. See if that can turn into a hammer. So no closes below. No closes below that weekly upside breaker. No closes below it. If that can hold as a hammer, that'd be great. Next 14 seconds. VIX is starting to spike. Okay, see if we can bounce here. Again, close below that weekly upside breaker. We'll part ways with it. See if you can wick there. So cut it, see if I can get back in. Okay, see if we can hold here. Only issue is the VIX. So stopped out at 4, trying to get back in here. If I can get that push. So I took a small stop. I'm working really hard to not overtrade and take profits and run. Also trading into lunch hour and getting chopped up. Yeah, that's the tough. So this thing is up 5. Make sure you lock it in profit if you need to. I got stopped out at 4 earlier. Just a few seconds ago. See if I can get that continued push. Continue to push. We can break above this 15-minute high. That'd be great. Up 7. Up 8. Good, 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 good. Take some off right there. At 8. Okay. Down to runners. So this is my pursuit of a potential push into all-time high. I can't just jump it at the top. Okay. Runners are up 8. Locked in at 8. See if that continued push. I want this weekly upside breaker to hold up. So the last time I got stopped out here is because of early entry, right? Being a little impatient. The fact that I was a little impatient, had to reassess, readjust, and take it again. So sometimes these early entries, they work in your favor, sometimes they don't. Similar story here as well. Got stopped out for 4, just locked in at 8, holding these runners here. I'm working on really hard not to overtrade and take profit and run. That's the main thing, guys, taking those profits. Taking those profits. I'm in this these runners here. See if you get that continued push. Anyone jump in that for that retest. If you're green, stay clean. Nice push to the upside. See if we can go 3 up. If we take out this candle's high, we'll go 3 up. Qs are directional on the 15. SPYs inside on the 15, directional on the hourly. If we take out this high here, we'll be directional on the hourly, on the 15 as well. And if we can take out this high up here within the next 1 minute and 40 seconds, we will go 3 up, engulfing. So runners are up 8. There we go. See if we can hold. Beautiful. Up 9. See if we can take out that high on the 15. Continue the party on the 15 minute. 15 minute, no interruptions. No interruption on the 15. Make sure you're taking profits where you need to. It's up 8, up 9. Already locked in at 8. These are runners. Might try to take this into all-time highs. We do have a nice little runway. What we need for that to take place is we need the VIX to start showing some weakness and get below 1681. We need to get below 1681. Get below 1681. See if that can hold. Preferably, I would like it to stay above here. I have an alert there while I make an entry here. Still up 6 on those runners. VIX is double bottoming, right? So I'm trying to be patient with this 5 minute. As long as I get no weakness on the 5 minute, I'm going to try to hold this runner into that push to the upside. I already locked in 8. Locked in 8. If we can take out this candle's high, we'll go continuation. I'll probably take a little more time. There we go. How are we looking, guys? See if that continued push up 11. Let's get that continued push. Up 9. We need that continued push. We need to take out those highs to be directional on the 15. Okay, now the VIX, the handy dandy VIX is seeking those lows. I don't want this thing to go triple bottom. Don't want triple bottom. I want it to go double top, double bottom, failed, continue to push lower below 1681 and become directional on the hourly. So far, so this was the trade that we missed. Not missed, but we got shaken out of, right? And then got stopped out earlier, full stop, and now babysitting this runner. It might probably take 10 to 15 minutes to play out. Okay, so just trying to babysit this runner. Trying to be a good babysitter. I want the VIX to break below this level of 1681. Why? Remember we discussed earlier this territory? We discussed this level here. That can cause a little bit of interruptions. If we break below session lows on the VIX, we're seeing a little bit of divergence. We're at session highs on SPY, we're at session highs on the Qs. If VIX can break session lows, that means we can continue to push. We just need to break below these lows, at hourly low. There we go, we're direction on the 15. Up 12. Anyone in this? Up 14. So these are the kind of trade ideas you're going to get, guys, on YouTube. So the Discord link in the bio doesn't work. Not sure why, but let me send the link here to join, guys. These are the kind of trade ideas you're going to get every single day, episode episode 88. We've been doing this for 88 days, so we just didn't pop out randomly because the market's at all-time highs. We traded April's lows. We've traded all these conditions. Okay, we've traded all the conditions. I'm not sure why the link in the Discord and the chat is not working, so let me send that to you guys. Make sure to join. Okay, $2, less than $2. Just take profits where you need to, guys. Don't chase. We're in the middle of the void. Avoid the void. There's a link to join. All right, we'll go over the features. Up 12, did peak at 14, did peak at 15. What direction on the 15? Let's see if we can continue to go. See if we can continue to go. So in these conditions where we're below that threshold that we like to refer to, ATR, volume, and IV, right? I want to stay above 627.03. IV, when we're gonna have to flip over to the 5. We can use the 1 for the entry model, but that's the conclusion I've come to. Okay, because it's moving too slow and there's too much noise. Too much noise, not enough signal. All right, so if you're not even used to trading the 1, and now all of a sudden you're trading the 1, right, you're on hyperspeed. Hyperspeed. Discord voice. Question for you, George. QQQ seems to always have a healthier ATR, healthier IV. Is there a reason you prefer SPY? Seems to be a lot more. The reason why I like SPY a little more is because it's more evenly balanced. So in the sense of between the, we talked about how Qs are like the tech brother, Dow is the older brother, who's mature, who's steady, and SPY is in between. So that's why I like SPY. A little less. Of course, it has a lot of tech in it as well, but it's a little less, more balanced than the Qs. Okay, this thing's starting to pull back a little bit. As long as it doesn't fall below here, I'm going to stay in it. Let me take a look at the Qs. IV is 15 on the Qs. Right, the ATR is probably higher, but the IV is still low. Yeah, if you're more tech-based, if you want to have more exposure to like NVIDIA, so for instance, if you're trading NVIDIA, if you're trading Avago, Broadcom, right, you might want to pay attention to the Qs. So SPY gives us that overall feel of the entire market. If you're trading those financials, you want to focus more on the Dow as the index. Even though the Dow does incorporate NVIDIA in it, NVIDIA did join the Dow, but the distribution of the positions or the allocation of those indexes are very lightly distributed or evenly distributed on the Dow. On the Qs, the top 5 are basically make up like 30% of the entire Qs. Right, so it's more sensitive to the moves in tech. Still in the position here, did peak at 15. Right. Trying to see if I can take this into all-time highs. We've taken multiple trades into all-time highs. Yeah, VOO, I wouldn't say VOO is the best trading vehicle. It's good to invest in, but as far as trading, I don't think VOO has enough volume to scalp. Right. If you see the VOO chart, it follows the Qs, but the candles are not full. The candles are not as clean as SPY. Right. Essentially, VOO and SPY are very similar. So it's basically like VOO is very close to SPY, and I believe it's VTI. VTI is close to the Qs. Who's riding this train? Who's riding this train to the upside, up 16? Yeah, the dividend, absolutely. Long-term VOO is good. right? Okay, VIX is below that low. The door is open for us to make all-time highs. We're up 16% on these runners. 16%. Anyone have a seat on the train? There's no guarantee that it's going to make all-time highs, but if it does, we're there. If it does, I'm there. All right, I already locked in some at 8. So you get that continued push. That's the link to join the Discord, guys. Make sure to click the link in the description. Click the link in the chat. I'm not sure why the Discord is not working. The link is not working there. Up 19. I could be wrong, but I don't see all-time high on SPY. It's SPX. You don't see all-time high. So here. Right here is all-time high. These highs up here. 627.96 on SPY. All right, up 22. It doesn't, if this does break out to all-time high, I see SPY. Okay, I misread that, Richie. Up 24. So shallow pullback. There's a reason why I like this shallow pullback, right? And you can see the 5-minute blocking out all that noise. All right, the SPY has the liberty to do what it needs to do. SPY has the liberty to do what it needs to do. I want the VIX to stay below these lows, continue to fall. 15-minute looks good. Great job, Retire Fido. Check out the 10-minute chart, guys. Check out the 10-minute chart. Experiment with different time frames. Don't be fixated on one. Okay, Retired Fido sees a lot of success for his strategy at 10 minutes. Right, if you're still relatively new, even if you're advanced, check different things out. Okay, don't think that you're too smart to learn anything new. All right, as soon as you think you learned enough, you start dying. Okay, we always have to improve. Constant improvement. Why? The conditions change. Conditions constantly change. If you're not evolving with the times, right, you're going to be stuck trying to trade what you saw in COVID. Okay. These did peak at 20+%. Still in the runners here. I already locked in a majority. See if this thing can continue to go. If I get some sort of price action combination on the 5 minute to the downside, maybe I'll look to close it. I'll give it this much grace. 627.16. Well, it does give me a little bit of confidence that this might be a pullback. Weekly upside breaker reject on who? On ES. So is this weekly upside breaker reject legit? Or is it just a feeder? Still in the position. So ES is starting to reject. Okay, Qs are starting to, VIX is starting to pump a little bit. See if you can sit through a little bit of drama. So 5 minutes still looks healthy. 15-minute relatively still looks healthy. So nothing too alarming. If you're using runners, nothing too alarming. If you're using a full position, right, you want to start securing those profits. Okay. So all eyes on here. This is the runway. Up 20, still up 20 on these runners. I have my eyes on that ATH. Again, guys, make sure to join the community to access all the resources. Let me throw an alert here just in case when I'm going over some things it does trigger. Okay, folks on YouTube, we have an extensive Discord. Right, we're adding futures, we're adding everything you can imagine into it. Okay, and we're doing it in a way where we are essentially creating, the strategy applies to everything across the board. But the thing is, you want to treat each asset class as its own silo. You don't want to get things mixed up. Different things work differently for different vehicles, right? Some vehicles take premium, some vehicles take regular. Some vehicles are electric. Okay, you can't try to plug in your diesel to a Tesla charger. Like, it's a different vehicle that takes a different fuel source. All right, but the strategy is the same. Strategy is the same. The principles are the same. I want to see if this 5-minute candle can close above that weekly upside breaker on ES. All-time highs on ES, 63.43. 63.43 all-time highs. If you did join the Discord, let me know. I'll get you access as soon as your email gets, follow the instructions in the email, and when you pop up in the Discord, I'll enable your permissions. Are you still in yours, Carla? If you are, what a beast. 28, up 28 here, guys. It's taking its sweet time. That's fine. Looking here to sell. Wow, beautiful. Look at the hourly. Look how the hourly looks. There's an hourly candle. We're stacking on top of it. This hourly candle has 19 minutes left. 19 minutes left. So that's the slight tweak I'm making. So what slight tweak I'm making is I'm zooming out a little bit because of the constraints of the conditions in July. And we can already see that the percentage gains are continuing to push to the upside. Up 27. We are now less than 40 cents. You know that game they play? I think it was Doctor and a couple of you the other day, when we got near all-time highs and we were teasing all-time highs. I think it was on your birthday too, if I'm not mistaken, Doctor. Right? It was teasing all-time highs and it was doing all these different things, and right, it really played a game and eventually got there. So there's a likelihood it can do that as well. So make sure you're taking some off. Make sure you're taking some profits. Okay. I'll use this hourly high. If we close below this hourly high on the 5, I'll start shedding. Yeah, they did break it, right? They did take it out. I mean, the VIX fell off a cliff. That's what we want. The VIX is doing things accordingly. So that means everything is moving in unison. Sometimes when SPY's making a move, and when SPY's making a pump and the VIX does a move, sometimes I can tell you that might be a liquidity grab. I'm going to close a little bit of those runners there, and then just down to the last piece. If it continues to push to the downside, I'm going to be fully out. See if we can retest off of that. So close it at 15. So 12. So initially, this initial pump was 8. Closing majority at 8. Then 15. Then 15. So you had to sit 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. I don't like that rejection on the off of ES. I'm gonna close the rest right there. I'm gonna be all out. So basically close out at 15. So I babysat them, watched them go to 20 plus. Okay. Try to catch those all-time highs. But I don't want to let this thing go all the way to red in pursuit of all-time highs. I might want to pull back once again into this territory. Look at that rejection on ES off that weekly upside breaker. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Good catch, G. I'm glad to see you making money as well, to observe your struggle. Several stops. It teaches me enormously, and the main thing you cannot. Exactly, yep. I mean, it comes with it. I mean, I can't make excuses. You can't say, oh, I'm trading live, there's an audience, so it's distracting, I'm going through different tasks. It is what it is. I chose to do it. So if you choose to do something, you can't later use it as an excuse. All right? So sometimes you get stopped out, sometimes you don't, but a majority of the time, as long as you're managing the risk, I'm more of the risk management side. I would say that's my strong suit. My strong suit in trading is risk management, identifying opportunities and risk management. If there's two strengths that I have, those are the two strengths. Right? You got to do a SWOT analysis sometimes. Okay? An honest SWOT analysis on your system. What's your strength? What's your weaknesses? Okay? What are some opportunities? And what are some of the threats to your setup? So if you're not taking profits, that's a threat to your system. So on the SWOT, the O would be opportunities. Opportunities meaning what other opportunities are you seeing that you can potentially incorporate into your strategy? We have the luxury of watching price all day. So we can't just be fixated on the things we see at the same time. When you're receiving all this data, over time you have to try to analyze, hey, I've seen this happen multiple times. When a sequence of events take place, I see some sort of combination take place, and then now there's an opportunity for me potentially to craft a strategy. That's how strategies are born, guys. Okay, so I always do that. Once in a while, do that assessment. So from me, if I personally go through the SWOT analysis on my trading, strength is risk management and ability to identify opportunities. And my ability to identify opportunities is predicated on my system, not predicated on me. Right? So the closer I can get my trade ideas closer to my key level, the better. Most of the times, if you've been watching long enough, most of the times the problems or the challenges stem from not having the entries at those key levels. 9 times out of 10, that's the problem. So for this instance, for this setup, for instance, right, able to identify it, setup provides us the opportunity. Setup provides the opportunity. Serves it on a silver platter. Of course, we have the luxury of hindsight. All right, we have the luxury of hindsight. We're starting to dump here. We have the luxury of hindsight. Wow, what a dump. Good thing we locked in there. Right, that was that weekly upside breaker. Rejection on ES. 15-minute combination, shooter. Qs inside. Qs could potentially break as well. Below 561.50. See if that shallow pullback territory can hold up. So that was the last trade. We'll put that in the journal as well. Okay, let's go back to what I was saying. And so basically, the strength is the system being able to identify the opportunities and the risk management. So opportunities there, staring at us, it's actually developing. Okay, it's actually developing. So again, we have the luxury of seeing it work out. But if we go back, let's rewind. Okay, let's rewind. Okay, let's rewind for a second. Okay, in this instance, what I'm thinking is, okay, my entry's in this territory. I have my key level there, right? Very simple. Previous resistance turn support, strong resistance turn support, along with first shift highs. So essentially, a break of support based off of this candle strength, and a retest once that, a break of resistance based off this candle strength, and a retest of that resistance. So in this case, I'm seeing the setup play out. I'm seeing it not play out, I'll say I'm seeing it develop. There's a difference between play out and develop. We'll get into that as well. So I'm seeing the setup develop, but not play out quite yet. So my line of thinking is that 9 is there. So maybe, so I start rationalizing, maybe enough buyers will step in before it comes into the level that it will take off. Okay, that's fair. We have that initial reaction for about 3-5%, and then we get that ugly candle of sellers that kind of sell it off, and then basically get stopped out in this territory. Right? I have to be stellar in my risk management. That's my strength. Continues to play out. Okay, I see some buyers stepping in here, decide to re-engage, catch it for a nice push to the upside, and then stopped out here on those runners. All right, so the setup or the opportunity was right there, was staring right at us, or staring right at me at the time. And of course, we have the luxury of hindsight. The luxury of hindsight is it worked out, but in real time, we don't know if this is going to close below it and flush. So my strength is always covering my downside. What that means is sometimes I have to re-engage, reassess. Sometimes I miss some moves. So that comes with my strength. Sometimes your strength on the other side is on the other side of your strength is where your weakness is. That makes sense. So since it's my strength, the flip side, it can also turn into a weakness. But I'm okay with that. I can live with that. I can live with getting stopped out a little early. I can live with always covering my risk, because say if this works out 7 times out of 10 to the upside, the 3 times out of 10 where this thing doesn't hold, I've seen so many times where this turns into a first shift liquidity grab. And it turns ugly real quick. And when it drops, it's almost like the EMAs don't even exist. So the one thing that I could have improved potentially is keeping the entry near the opportunity. This 9 EMA kind of got me distracted. If you have a wider stop than I do, you can sit through this, but my stop is very tight. Therefore, just try not to get, I got a little trigger happy here. And then right here, when it finally didn't make an initial move, recovered some of that, stopped out on the runner. And then as soon as I depart, it just goes. As it goes, it's almost like you own it. It's like, oh, that's mine, that's mine, that's mine. Yeah, but you can't have it anymore. Okay, you can't have it anymore. It no longer belongs to you. This idea once belonged to me. I'm not engaged. It no longer belongs to me. It's almost like if you're in a relationship and you part ways, and now that person is with someone else. You can't go chasing that person. They no longer are in a relationship with you. You can't just say, hey, you know what? I knew you back here. Let me just jump in. That's FOMO. No, it doesn't matter if we knew each other here. I'm here now. Okay? I'm here now. There's different standards, different requirements, right? Second shift's price is not third shift's price. It's completely different. Therefore, just because I was able to identify it, but my inability at the time to really filter it out and really let it play out cost me, not too much though, cost me a little bit. I can't therefore start chasing it just because it was an idea that I had. Okay. What I have to do is continue to wait. Continue to wait. All right, it's gone. This person is gone. Okay. And then when the opportunity comes in this territory, we're able to capitalize off of that. Okay. So you have to start applying that kind of that line of thinking. There's going to be so many times where you identify setups. You do all the homework. You do everything before it plays out. You're in it, and somehow, some way, you fumble. You fumble the ball. And just because you fumbled, no, don't try to start chasing it. You have to wait. All right? That happens sometimes. Okay? So where are we bouncing off of, guys? We're bouncing off that shallow pullback. Shallow pullback, another bounce. Okay? 40% on that move before that stop. Green, beautiful job, Slayer. Look at that bounce. All right, they're going to try to do that all-time high dance. All-time high dance. Shake people out. Decision point. Dan Fax, absolute. Decision point, 627.15. Thank you, George. No problem. NVIDIA gone? NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA. Look at Vago, NVIDIA. Probably all the semis are running. AMD gone too? Okay, AMD's not gone yet. Sometimes AMD's like the, kind of does its own thing sometimes. Very frustrating. The one that's the most frustrating is Intel. When the entire semiconductors are going crazy, Intel is kind of just doing its own thing. Right? Intel and NVIDIA, but AMD, I do see a nice little downward compression. All right, I don't like, me and AMD don't get along. For some reason, AMD, when I used to trade individual options, this is the one that really drove me crazy. I couldn't get a feel for it because that time when I was trading the individual names, I was using SPY, the Qs, and NVIDIA wouldn't participate. Everything else would go, but NVIDIA wouldn't. Speaking of NVIDIA, if you like NVIDIA above 160.08 to take advantage of that push on the semis to the upside, MU, that's the one that's the laggard. If you want to play the catch-up game, if you want to catch a name that's hammered in the semiconductor space, MU, Micron. Okay, Micron. If this thing continues to dump, it's coming into this nice, look at this. If it can come into this territory, it's in that territory actually. Very interesting. MU. So it's basically at June last year, same price as June last year. All right, that's another name in semis. Do your due diligence. There might be something brewing there. They continue to run. Intel. Okay, nice bounce off that 200 Intel. So Intel. If Intel was able to execute and capitalize, in a perfect world, that would be NVIDIA. Of course, they do two different things. Intel works on CPUs, NVIDIA works on GPUs, right? There's a distinct difference between the two. But at some point in time, Intel probably had the chance to buy out NVIDIA. Intel was the biggest name. If you've been in the computer space for a while, AMD used to have the worst processors. Intel was the go-to, right? Nobody wanted to touch AMD processors. All right. Now we're gonna play this little game. we're gonna decide to play this game. Let's go back to this chart. They can play it. I'm not playing. I'm not there to play it. I already caught that nice move here. We peaked at 24.25, closed at 15. Got that nice push to that territory. Sold near the highs, close to the highs. I almost bought AMD when I had CJSZ 120. Decided it was a dead cat bounce. Nope. Yeah, I think I have an idea on AMD, the head and shoulder AMD. Let's go take a look at Square. That was another idea that I threw out there. XYZ. So I did break down for a little bit. Couldn't get any follow through. All right, so nice little breakdown intraday. All right, if you tried to swing this, probably stopped out intraday. I made 66 all the way to 64, 2-point move. All right, so the pattern I was trying to show here was this. All right, channel breakdown. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. And feel free to post your ideas. If you have any ideas, swing trade ideas, whatever it is, post it in here. I'll start posting more ideas as well. For those of you on the Discord, so I made a few adjustments on where we're going to organize it. We have the SPY Strikers options floor. That's when all the activity goes. The pre-market game plan, nothing changes. Post-market recap, nothing changes. Watchtower, all that stuff is in there. Automated levels in there as well. And outside the charts, our chat there. We have the futures floor as well. We do have 2 chats right now. I might close this chat. You can put future stuff in the options chat just to keep it one chat so we don't have 2, right? Because it's all relatively related. And we just have this little, probably call it a futures corner for now. And I'll continue to add more resources in there. And then I'll also be putting the automated levels for futures as well. So with TradingView, to make those automated levels is going to be very, very simple. Okay, so that's going to be the next move. Okay, next value add. So make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Okay, what's up? What's up? Join the Discord. See if we get that push to the downside. That's what's in question. So the shallow pullback provided a nice push to the upside and provided a nice bounce. See if it can hold. If it can't hold, then we have that healthy pullback. VIX is kind of bottoming out there. Probably going to shut it down by now. Same as Kodak, there's a big change in Intel with disappeared like Kodak. Yeah, what happened to Kodak? All right, Kodak. That's gonna happen to the companies that we refer to today. Right, they're gonna the same cycle is gonna take place. All right. There's gonna be some companies that are not gonna be around the next 10, 15 years. They're gonna be an afterthought. And this is a very bold prediction. I'm not saying Apple's going to collapse, right? Apple is the big dog. But if Apple doesn't start picking up the pace, Okay, Apple can turn to Cisco. That's a hot take. All right, if Apple doesn't start making more innovations, if Apple doesn't start capitalizing, making these M&As and speeding up the process, they're just sitting on cash. What are you waiting for? You got to make these acquisitions, especially in the AI. I mean, you see the race in AI. You see the kind of salaries, the poaching that Meta's doing. It's an aggressive game, guys. They're paying these engineers top dollars. I think they paid the OpenAI team to poach the OpenAI team from OpenAI to Meta. I think north of $100 million for the team. There's a real race. Okay. Meta's establishing a super team, like Miami, basketball reference. They're just creating a super team. The question is, does creating a super team work long term? We've seen it in sports. There's parallels. When you're creating a super team, what's the biggest issue? Chemistry. What's the biggest issue? Egos. Right? So, but there is definitely a race to AI, and I think that Apple, they're the big dog now. If you recall when Apple first crossed that 1T mark, the $1 trillion mark, there was no one even close. And now Nvidia's at 4 trillion. Right? All right, so Meta's making a pretty big, pretty aggressive, bold move. And the one thing I do appreciate with Mark Zuckerberg is if he sees an opportunity, he jumps all over it, regardless how it plays out. Right? If you recall the metaverse a few years back, he deployed a lot of capital in the metaverse. And Meta, during 2022, took a huge hit. Metaverse was just like the NFTs and all that stuff. It was overblown. He even changed the name of the company to Meta. We're talking about like metaverse, real estate in the metaverse. That was a real thing a few years ago, right? So he took a big loss. The stock pulled back pretty significantly, presented a buy opportunity. And now he's making a big bet again. So the one thing I can't appreciate is if he does see opportunity, he's willing to fire, regardless of how it plays out. So that kind of leadership, believe it or not, is what leads to innovation. Okay, that kind of leadership is what leads to breaking through. He's gunning for the number one spot. He doesn't want to be in the top 5. He wants to be number 1. Right? And I'm afraid that Apple, right, might be kind of slowing down. Apple, at one point, Apple could have easily bought Netflix. Instead of creating Apple TV, Netflix, you have to buy these platforms. It integrates beautifully with Apple's OS. Right? It's almost like when you become so big, you become so rich so quick that you don't want to spend any money anymore. Right? You become paranoid because you're afraid of losing. Okay? Chop time, absolutely. So what it boils down to is that shallow pullback territory, weekly upside breaker. ES, beautiful reject off of that. ES, we know, is in this zone up here. Zone 4. There's a reason why it's red. Right? Of course, we can't use this entire thing as a stop unless you want to. But it basically came all the way to that weekly upside breaker. Now ES is pulling back. And that healthy pullback on ES is right here. I'll say shallows right there, healthy's down here. So this went all the way for for a 1 to 4 RR. Let's go back to SPY. Making a series of lower lows. It's a grind lower time. Do we head back to VWAP? If we take our time, VWAP will line up beautifully with this healthy pullback. That can present a nice opportunity there. So we're inviting the chop. We're inviting the chop and grind lower into the zone and VWAP. Now, when it gets there, we have a key level, or we have a key level right there, and we have the VWAP. So the likelihood of us getting a reaction back to the upside is very high. So more than likely, we're going to get some sort of explosive reaction. Okay. 167.50. Sold it yesterday. Beautiful job. Got booed off. Have a good afternoon. Got an appointment. Everyone have a great day, Slayer. Absolutely killing it. Slayer, great job. Spy Slayer. Just change your name to Spy Slayer. Chop time. Okay, I got to get out of my office because I'm... Yeah, with those 6 monitors, it's not easy to just watch price and not do anything. Up 20%, beautiful. Out the money, NVIDIA data, 815, 20% right now. Good. Starting to pull back here. So let's go back to that little support line that we drew earlier. Is this the stair step higher? Is this the elevator down? The question becomes, are we going, so if this is the 3rd floor, are we going back to the 2nd floor, 1st floor, lobby, or basement? Right? Or where are we going? Is this just going from 3rd floor to 2nd floor, or 3rd floor to basement? $1 million question. Took 11% on that put. Beautiful job, Carlos. Potential channel breakdown coming in here. If the VIX can start picking up some steam, that'd be great. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Nice head and shoulder. You see that, JB? Descending head and shoulder on the 1. So keep in mind, guys, we have Netflix earnings. Netflix earnings today at 4 p.m. Eastern. 4 p.m. Eastern. Same as Facebook, not user friendly. So we're coming to the near the end of the show. Make sure to like the video. Some great opportunities today. Some great opportunities today. Okay, looks like that channel's holding up. Take a look at ES. Is this going to be? So there's 2 things that can potentially take place here. Reclaim or retrace reject. Reclaim or retrace reject. That's the $1 million question. If you're waiting for that orb, if you want to have that nice and wide risk, if you want to have thin risk, here. If you want to have wide risk, anytime it comes into that orb high, PMH, you can stretch it out to here. 50% retrace of that orb. Okay. On the other side, unless we start closing below 624.91, if you want the orb back to the downside, there is PML down there. I might be interested in PML, depending on when we get there, for that balance off PML, price action combo. And we have a daily downside breaker down here, 50% retrace on the daily as well. So we're directional on the daily. Okay. Healthy pullback here. So at least they gave us these highs up here. At least they gave us those highs up there. That's what the hourly is looking like. So we're still above the 50% retrace on the hourly. It looks like we came right to that 50% retrace. So pulling back on this most recent hour, we're about, let's say about like 2/3 of the way to closing this hourly candle. This hourly candle closes a shooter. Going to the next hour, I have a good chance of taking out those lows. If this hourly candle, if we can reclaim that weekly upside breaker on this hourly candle, if we can lean towards the previous hour's close, we'll flip it back to bullish. We'll flip it back to being bullish. Flip it back to being bullish. So again, guys, for the weekly lesson, let me know what the ideas are. All right, what do you want to discuss? That's basically your time to ask questions, your time to collaborate with one another. So what is the weekly lesson for this week? Put it in the chat, whatever you think, any ideas. Let me know. Exit Apple, innovation dead, narrative stale. This isn't 2010. I trade momentum, not nostalgia. Yeah, so Apple on the clock. I'm not talking about today or next quarter. I'm saying for the next 10 years. Apple on the clock. Apple is on the clock. If you can think of a company which can turn into Kodak, I wouldn't say it's going to turn into Kodak. It might turn into something like Cisco. If you guys are not aware what Cisco is, Cisco makes networking devices, but data centers for computers to communicate. So they make chassis for servers. They make switches, Cisco switches. They make routers. They make all sorts of different equipment, peripheral equipment for computers to communicate with one another, especially for data centers. All right. So when I used to work in the data center, I used to install and upgrade. I'll show you this. We used to have this. This used to be the backbone. The backbone of a lot of our stuff. Right, I'll show you the UCS chassis. It's a blade server. I used to work with these. A lot of Cisco equipment to this day. Right. To this day, I can still configure Cisco switches, configure routers, VLANs. In the data center, we used to use a lot of these UCS blade servers. So I used to install these. These things are massive. They're units, right? So most of the stuff, most of the networking equipment in data centers is tied to Cisco. So you would think Cisco, I think Cisco is now at all-time highs finally, but you would think Cisco for the past 10 years would make a dramatic move or a parabolic move. If you take a look at Cisco, right? We want to go on the highest time scale. So Cisco finally made all-time highs. But for years it was chopping around. So for years it was chopping around. So since basically IPO in '17. This must be old chart. Cisco's been around for longer. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. So Cisco, of course, during the tech bubble, Cisco ran all the way up to $82. All right, but more recently, Cisco, you can see, has been just chopping around, taking some pretty dramatic pushes to the downside, chops around, gets the bids back up. But this thing has not passed its all-time highs, and the all-time highs were in 2000, 25 years ago. So you would think a company that's essentially the backbone of every computer network. Okay, Cisco doesn't have any. Cisco has a moat. Okay, I'll tell you. I have experience in data centers. Okay, there aren't other switches that are as good. You can get like Arista switches; those are for fiber, right? But Cisco has a moat. Cisco makes blade servers as well. But as far as routers are concerned, as far as switches are concerned, Cisco is the top, right? But you would think Cisco should be at least $500 because all this data center, all the AI stuff, all the AI talk is built on the backbones of servers communicating with one another. Servers cannot communicate with one another without networks. When you think of networks, think of Cisco. All right, so what I was saying is Apple is going to turn to Cisco, not to Kodak. So just another company, right? But maybe Cisco, I haven't looked at their fundamentals in a long time. Not sure who the leadership is at this particular time, but see if they can wake up, right? See if they can wake up. Names like Cisco, names like IBM, these were the big dogs. Now IBM is caught lightning in a bottle. Oracle. There's the old school Oracle, lightning in a bottle. So is Cisco the next one to go? We don't know. So do your due diligence. But Apple, right? Again, Apple is near all-time highs. Look at the difference in the chart. What I'm saying is now is it going to go into a period of, we're talking the next 10 years, guys. We're talking 2035. Okay. That's what we're talking about. Is Apple going to be just like this? Maybe get into some highs and just chop around and just kind of do its own thing. Is it on the tail end of its life cycle? Okay. Because there's a new class of companies, a new generation of companies. All right, there's a new generation of companies. Nvidia's in the driver seat. Okay, so that's my 2 cents on that. QQQ balancing. Yeah, not looking to do much here. Why do you think Trump banned Huawei from the U.S. market? Huawei, the reason was Huawei, I would say close to 70% of the cell phone towers in the U.S. and Canada are made. They have Huawei. Huawei makes the equipment for telephone towers. So Huawei, right? If you recall, there was the suspect that the CCP has a backdoor to all Huawei systems. But if that's the case, that's too late, guys. Huawei is in the telephone towers, right? So the reason why they ban it is because the backdoor, the CCP backdoor. So no company in China is private. Everything is government funded. The difference is here, like there can be private companies, right? But private companies can be compensated by the government to do research for the government, right? But it's not purely government funded. Companies here are funded by consumers, are funded by investors, right? The whole chain. So Huawei, fears of a backdoor in their system for the CCP. That was a red flag. Now we're just chopping around here. We're inside those ranges. So again, make your annotations, guys. Make sure you're making those notes. We're in a completely different shift. So third shift, keep in mind second shift, right? Small red, close to break even based off this little fumble there. No problem, was able to catch this nice push to the upside there. Now we're in fourth shift. Okay, we're in fourth shift. And what I do see here is, does this thing break down? Okay, do we break down of this channel that we've been trading in, this bullish channel? Is this the candle that breaks the channels back? Is that the candle that breaks the channels back? QQQ bouncing. Okay, we're about to wrap up the show in a little bit, guys. If you have any questions, drop your questions in the chat. If not, we're going to look to wrap it up in a few. Let me see how this plays out real quick. So no all-time highs on stream. No all-time highs on stream. So what are we thinking? Do we break down here or do we? So if we do break down, I'll allow that breakdown, or I would want that breakdown right into here, and that VWAP kind of catch up. Let's see if we play a little bit of catch up. Nice little healthy pullback. If we do start breaking down, maybe, and then continue to push, and then start forming this downward compression. So I would invite that. So just kind of break down. If we reclaim it, it can be a different story. That would mean that we're kind of treating this as support, and just kind of went outside of that channel, fake break of the channel, but overall treat that area as support rather than the exact level. Bit away, no direction. So how'd you guys do today? How do we do today, guys? Let's get a quick check. Uh, 51st State here. Internet companies, Bell, Rogers, both use Cisco equipment. Huawei will eat the. Yeah, I think Huawei you can trade Huawei on a different exchange. It's available for trading. The company, the most underrated company that people don't know. If you think TSM is a big player, look at Foxconn. 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 I believe Foxconn. Foxconn. They basically make everything. Servers, switches, data center equipment. So if you have a company like Cisco, so you design your product, maybe you have a proprietary chip, you send your design to Foxconn, Foxconn builds it. All right, so Foxconn, if you think TSM is big, take a look at Foxconn. That's also a Taiwanese company. Okay, Foxconn is one of the biggest manufacturers, suppliers for all the American companies, all these tech companies. Let me show you. Look. And a lot of people don't know that, but Foxconn is not publicly traded. Okay, both are Taiwanese. Foxconn is older. This is key clients: Apple, Sony, Dell, Microsoft, Nintendo. You also have Cisco. You also have NetApp. You also have Pure Storage, Nutanix. All the names there. Revenue 200 plus billion. Revenue 70 billion. So almost 2x TSM. Right, but they trade on the Taiwanese stock exchange. They don't trade on they don't trade on NYSE. So if you take a look at Foxconn, like Samsung doesn't trade on NYSE. 2, 3, 1. Okay, let's see. Fox. Did they show up here? Let me see. No, that's not Foxconn. Anyways, Foxconn is a name. All right. So they're not publicly traded on the US. So this is like supplier. Those are the suppliers. Foxconn is a huge name. If you open up any Cisco servers, if you open up any, even Fujitsu servers, if anyone works on Fujitsu, Arista, switches, Brocade switches, all those things are made by Foxconn. All those are made by Foxconn. If they traded on the US market, that would have been good. If they trade on the US market, they'll probably be as big or just as big as Nvidia. What's for lunch? Chopped salad. So don't get caught up in the chop, guys. If you're green, stay clean. We're inside of that range. Apply those rules. We're inside, don't decide. Outside, pick a side, okay? Inside, don't decide. Outside, pick a side. All right, we'll go with that. So that's a short little mantra for you not to get chopped up. If we're inside the range, don't pick a side. If we're outside, you can pick a side. All right, so this basically brings us to the end of the show. Got an appointment red day. I did overtrade. Yeah, sometimes we overtrade. It happens. Especially, I might be fueled by the FOMO maybe. Keep in mind, tomorrow's Friday, guys. Tomorrow's Friday. So this is the third week of the month. Tomorrow's Friday. Right, so we did see some nice moves out the gate. We capitalized off a couple of those moves. Fumbled the ball here, but no problem. And then we're able to catch it right there as well. So no puts. I haven't been short all day. Everything's been up. Everything has been on the upside. If I am looking to go short, maybe a quick breakdown here, short-lived breakdown into this healthy pullback territory. But outside of that, I don't want to short this thing, right? The risk reward might be on the short end. Risk reward might be on the 627.50 liquidity grab. Higher risk, higher reward. Okay, so if we continue to be inside, don't get chopped up. If you have any questions, drop your questions in the chat. Okay, if not, my YouTube is on since 9:10. Appreciate it, Artem. Yeah, Netflix 4:30. We're going to cover that. All right, we're going to have a blast. We're going to cover that. We're going to see what their And I think this is going to be the first quarter where they don't reveal their subscriber numbers. So they've been revealing their subscriber numbers. I don't think they're going to reveal it anymore. They're going to take that off the table. Netflix, let's take a look at Netflix real quick. Keep in mind, whenever there's earnings, don't touch the name. That's an easy way for beginner traders to lose money. They think a name is reported earnings, they buy the options, they don't pay attention to the IV. We just saw the IV on SPY at 14. To give you some context, IV on Netflix is 140%. Okay? Whenever it's earnings, IV can get as high as 200%. Okay, so a lot of my earnings traders who play straddles and strangles, it's not as simple as taking one side and catching that move. It needs to go above and beyond the expected move. So you need to know what the expected move is. The official expected move will be calculated and available once. You can't have the expected move until the market is closed. And when do they report? When the market is closed. Right? So earnings trading, that's a whole different ball game. You can think of that as complete lottos. 2022, I believe it was 22 or 21, there were some great opportunities on the earnings because everything was making a move in either direction outside of the expected move. So this is the third time around 2025 we're having earnings. Last quarter was fairly muted. Everything was within the expected move. But once things start going outside the expected move, maybe you can start putting those earnings trades on. But if you don't have any experience trading earnings, don't touch it. It's just another fancy way of losing money. All right? It's just another fancy way of the market taking your money. All right? IV is 140%. Okay, so just to give you some context, guys. Context is critical. The Netflix in the money contracts, one contract costs $41. Okay, 4K per contract. So you can't play unless you pay 4K. So that 4K value, okay, is actually supposed to be is 100% increase from its original, 140% increase from its original value. So if we cut that in half, that's 2K. If we cut that again, so regularly those contracts probably trade around 1.3 to 1.6K. Potential breakdown incoming here. All right, so please be careful. So by no means am I saying trade Netflix earnings. I will just listen to the earnings call, and I have no horse in the race as far as earnings is concerned. Okay, so let's review Netflix, and we'll wrap up the episode. If we do break below this trend line here, we can see a breakdown. Cross down, we'll get that alert. Okay, let's jump over to Netflix. And Netflix. Netflix is actually one of the first names to make all-time highs, if you recall. So Netflix on the quarterly is directional. 1 month, 1 week. Netflix is pulling back a little bit. Okay. Netflix. Testing that 9 on the weekly. I believe I have a zone for Netflix that I like Netflix here in that territory. So not quite yet. So Netflix, we can clearly see let's see the expected move. Expected move on Netflix. So expected move essentially means IV is already pricing that in. Expected move as of now is is here. Let's take a look at it. Is 6.3%. So if you're buying Netflix, if you're doing straddles or strangles, unless Netflix gets above 1341 or below 1182, you're going to get IV crush. Okay, so it needs to go beyond the expected move. Netflix needs to make all-time highs or get all the way to that 1182. 1182 is all the way. 1182, just for a quick reference. 1182, just a rough estimate. So it needs to get here. So basically, Netflix, for you to make money on straddles or strangles, Netflix has to get above here because of the IV, or get below here. Anything in between, your contracts are not going to move. The IV already priced in the move. Okay, that's when IV crush takes place. Okay, so if you think Netflix is going to go above and beyond here or below here, maybe, but we'll see. Okay. So again, guys, thank you for tuning in. See if this thing breaks down. Give it a couple of minutes. Maybe we'll go until 1:30, and then see if that really breaks down. Netflix ER is going to be 4:30. Netflix ER 4:30. Turn your notifications on. Share it. It's going to be here. Okay. I'll post it in the Discord. I'll post it. So just turn the notifications on. I'll post it on YouTube as well. Netflix ER. Turn your notifications on there. Okay, SPY is doing its dance. Its midday dance. All right, see if we can start rocking and rolling. See if we get that breakdown. See if we get that breakdown. Thank you. What time? Okay. Okay. I guess that's when I'll come back. Yep. So it looks like most of you are green. A couple of reds in the chat. Or break even. Again, guys, don't get chopped up here trying to chase that red. Tomorrow is the end of the week. Ramp down Friday. It's been one wild week, to say the least. One wild week, to say the least. This thing refuses. Gets tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. One thing that's a little encouraging is if it continues to tighten next shift, we can get a move. Okay, next shift we can get a move. Make sure to like the video. Tomorrow's Friday, Free Trade Friday as well. So you don't want to miss that. We're testing those 50s. All those EMAs are crunched up, super tight. What's our ES doing? Right now, it's kind of in the middle between the shallow pullback, beautiful rejection off of zone 4. Weekly upside breaker was in zone 4. if you were hypothetically taking this, right, your stop can be dead upside target. That's about 7-point stop. Okay, so at least 7.5. That's 1-1. 15 will be here. That's 2-1. So it's in the middle. Don't touch it. Question now becomes, is this breakdown right here? Can that breakdown pursue these lows, bounce off first shift highs, or does it want to continue to push into zone 3? All right, so throughout the day, if we take a look at the bigger picture, there's where you need to keep your eyes on, which you need to keep your eyes on. As currently we're trading in zone 4. Okay, so from a higher time scale, from a higher time frame, what we're looking at here is anytime we get into this territory, we see a pretty significant push back to downside. It doesn't mean that we can't make all-time highs. But look, this is not what we feel is what we know. Okay, so the last time we made all-time highs, we take out those all-time highs. So we take out those all-time highs, we chop around, we gap down. Fine. Okay, then we make all-time highs again. So these now become our all-time highs. We make those all-time highs, we chop around, we break down, all the way back to the downside. So is the third time? Is it going to happen a third time? Or are we not going to make the all-time highs today? If it does, so basically the last 3 all-time highs. So all the all-time highs in June were followed by a drop, essentially, the next day. Intraday or the next day, they're followed by a drop. So we're in zone 4. That means you need to be exercising caution there. We tend to see some weakness up there. If we can sell off, if we close up here, closing this territory in zone 4, I wouldn't be surprised. We do have consumer sentiment tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised if we potentially gap down. We called the gap up yesterday. Maybe we gap down if we close in that zone 4 territory. Okay. Let's put it this way. If we take out all-time highs today, we'll probably gap down. If we don't take out all-time highs today, we'll probably gap up and then dump consumer sentiment. All right. So we'll see how that plays out. But just to give you a heads up, we're in that territory, zone 4. We tend to see some pushback on ES. Same thing can be reflected. I mean, this is SPY. Same thing can be reflected on ES. Let's laser out. Okay, same thing. Okay. So that basically wraps up our episode, guys. Thank you for tuning in. If you found value from the episode on YouTube, make sure to like, subscribe. If you're a first-time viewer, return tomorrow. Long-time viewers, 4 p.m. Netflix earnings call. Folks in the Discord, join us there as well if you have time. So thank you for tuning in, guys. Have a great rest of your day. God bless each one of you. If you're green, stay clean. If you're red, you can shut it down. If you're still in the trenches, continue to wait. Don't take any trades inside. Wait until price gets outside of the previous session's range, and you might have an opportunity that presents itself. In the Discord, if I do see some things, if we do make all-time highs or anything else, I will update you guys there. Any trade ideas that I do see. If not, we'll just call it a day. All right. We'll see you guys tomorrow on YouTube. Have a great rest of your day, and God bless.